Welcome back friends. This is the video tutorial on Microsoft Excel Visual Basic for Application Programming Basic to Advanced. This video will be approximately 4 hours long where I will cover everything from the basic to advanced. There will be total 29 chapters. The chapters from 1 to 19 will cover all the basic things you need to understand in VBA programming, and from the chapter 20 we will start building a practical VBA project, that is, an application to track the income and expenses. Let me click on this button. This is the application we are going to build. After you learn all the basics and work in one practical project, then you will have clear idea on how the Visual Basic for Application Programming works in Excel. After this, you can easily build the application or projects in VBA by taking the help of AI tools like ChatGPT. Let's get started. This is the chapter 1 video tutorial where I am going to cover what is VBA, what is macro, who should start learning VBA, examples of macro and VBA projects, enabling the developer tab, and saving macro enabled files. First of all, let's look into what is VBA. VBA stands for Visual Basic for Application, which is a programming language developed by Microsoft. The major use of Visual Basic for Application is to automate the repetitive things, create custom functions or the user-defined function, and develop the applications. If you see in the Developer tab of Excel, there you see Visual Basic. When you click on this, a new application window is opened, and here you can see different tabs are given like File, Edit, View, Insert, Format, etc. Within each tab there are different toolbars, and here in the VBA window we can write the programming language for task automation, creating custom function, and developing the application. The next topic is what is macro. Macro is a set of instruction that is written in VBA language. Suppose that if you have to do a task in Excel time and again, then you can automate that task by recording it. Once you record, the recorded task will be written in a programming language. There are two methods of creating macro. One is by using the macro recorder, where you don't have to write the script or language. Microsoft Excel will automatically generate the language while you record it. The another method is you can directly write the language by going to VBA. The next topic is who should start learning VBA. To start learning VBA, you should have the basic knowledge of Microsoft Excel, like how to use the formula and functions, how to use different tools available in these tabs, how to enter the data and how to format the data. These things you need to learn first. After that, you can start learning VBA. If you are completely new in learning Microsoft Excel, then you can watch the Microsoft Excel for Beginners video tutorial. The link is provided in the video description below. If you are from programming background, then it will be easier for you to understand VBA. But if you are not from programming background, then it may be little difficult for you at the beginning phase. But once you understand all the basics, then it will be more interesting and easy to learn for you. Next, look into the examples of macro and VBA projects. For that, let me go here in the sheet number 1, and here I have automated a task by using VBA. In this sheet, I need to generate sales reporting format. And here, if I click on the Home tab, in this My Tools group, there is a tool that is Make Format. If I click on this Make Format, here a sales reporting format will be automatically generated. Let me click on this cell, then click on this Make Format tool. Here you see a sales reporting format with the serial number, product name, the store name is given. This task is automated here by using macro. Let's go to this sheet number 2, where I have to convert these numbers to the Word format. In Microsoft Excel, there is not any built-in function to convert the number to Word. But here I have created a function by using VBA to convert these numbers to in words format in the US dollar currency. I can press is equal to, then type here spell. There you see spell USD function. Double click on this, then click on the number, close parenthesis and press enter. Here you see the number is converted into odd format, and this function is also developed by using Visual Basic for application. The another example is I am going to show you here one application that is developed by using VBA. Let me open this, and here you see open inventory management template is given. If I click on this button, our application will be opened. Here you see this is a stock in out tracker and management software. Here you can see different control buttons are given, and this is also created by using Visual Basic for application. So these are the examples of what we can do by using VBA. The next is enabling the developer tab. To properly use VBA and macro function, we have to enable the developer tab. Here you see the developer tab is given, but in your Excel you may not see this tab. To activate or enable this tab, click on the File tab, go to Options, then click on Customize ribbon, and here you have to mark this developer tab. Then click on OK. The developer tab is visible here. Click on this. Now here you see the Visual Basic is given here. The macro is given here. There you see the record macro option. And here you can see different tools related with this developer tab. So this is how we enable developer tab. The next is saving macro enabled file. To save the macro and VBA features in Excel, you have to save this workbook as a macro enabled workbook. Here I have already saved this workbook as a macro enabled. Let me go here in this folder. Let me change the view as large icons. Here you see this inventory management template is a macro enabled file. So here you can see this logo. It means it is a macro enabled workbook. If I create here a normal workbook by going to new, then Microsoft Excel worksheet, here you see the normal worksheet looks like this. This is the normal workbook and this is macro enabled. To save this normal workbook as macro enabled, first of all open it. To save this, click on the File tab, click on Save As. Here you have the file type list. From this, choose this Excel macro enabled workbook. Then click on Save button. Now the macro enabled version of this workbook will be saved. Here you see the new Microsoft Excel worksheet has saved as a macro enabled file. Here you can see the macro logo is given, and the extension of this macro enabled file is XLSM. If you check in the View tab, then click on this file name extensions. Here you see the workbook that has macro is given as .xlsm, and the normal workbook has the extension of xlsx. So this is all about the basic introduction to Microsoft Excel Visual Basic for application. In this chapter we are going to cover these 5 topics, which are recording macro, use of relative reference, running the recorded macro, editing the macro, and assigning macros to buttons and toolbar. As I told you in the first chapter, macro is a set of instruction that is used for automating the repetitive task. And the macro can be created by 2 methods. One is by recording and another one is by manually typing the code. Click on the developer tab, and here in the code group you can see record macro button. When you put the pointer here, you can see about the macro. Each of the command you perform will be saved into the macro so that you can play them back again. So the use of this is to record each and every action that we do in Excel that will be recorded as a programming language, and we can play the recorded action again, which performs the same action with just one click. For that, let me go here in the sheet number 2, and here I'll show you the basic example of recording macro. To start recording the macro, just click on this record macro button. Then here a record macro window will open. In this you can set up the name of the macro. For example, if you are creating a reporting format in Excel, then you can put the name as create report format, or you can put here any other name. I'll put here a name that is ABC just for example. And here in the shortcut key, you can assign the shortcut key to play the macro or to run the macro. But while assigning the shortcut key, you should not assign the key that is already preserved in Excel. For example, the shortcut keys like Control C, Control X, Control V, Control plus Shift plus L. These are the examples of shortcut keys that is already assigned for some other work. So you have to choose that shortcut that is not already used in Excel. But this is optional. If you don't want to put any shortcut, then you can leave this. Here let me assign a shortcut key. For that, click on this box. Now press Shift plus Q in the keyboard. Now the Control plus Shift plus Q is assigned for this ABC macro. Then here you have another option that is Store Macro In, and it is given as this workbook. If you click on this drop down, you see Personal Macro Workbook, New Workbook, and this workbook option. If you choose this workbook option, the recorded macro can be used in this workbook only. If you take this personal macro option, then you can use this macro for any other workbook that is in your computer. If you select this new workbook option, the macro can be used in the newly opened workbook. Here let me take this workbook option, and in the description you can put the description of the macro. Like you can write here what does this macro do. For example, here I am giving test macro. This is also optional. You can leave this if you want. Now click on OK. When you click OK, here you see the button change to stop recording. It means currently it is in the recording mode. Now let me click here in the A1 cell. Then write here Apple. Then press enter. Now this action is recorded. To stop the recording, simply click on stop recording button. Now to see the recorded macro, you have to click on this macros button where you have this ABC macro, and you see the description of the macro here, test macro. At the right side of macro window, you can see these buttons like run, step into, edit, delete, and options. The run button is used to play this macro or to run this macro. If you click on the run button, it will automatically repeat the action here. If you click on step into, it will execute the action step by step. If you click on edit, you can edit the recorded macro. Use this delete button to delete this macro. If you click on the options, here you can see the macro name is given as ABC. The shortcut key assigned for this macro was Control plus Shift plus Q, and the description is test macro. Now let me close this and delete this text from here. Go to macros. Then if I click on the edit, here you can see the action is recorded as a programming language. This SOB refers to SOB procedure. And here you can see the name of the macro is given as ABC macro. Description is given as test macro. The keyboard shortcut is given as Control plus Shift plus Q. These are the properties of the macro, and from here the actual action is recorded. Range A1.select means first of all the cell A1 is selected. Then the second line of code is active cell dot formula R1C1 is equal to Apple. This is writing the text Apple here in the first cell. Then the third line of code is range A2 dot select. After writing Apple in the cell A1, then the A2 cell is selected. At the end of the code, you see end SOB. It means end of the SOB procedure. So this is the programming language of the recorded action. Let me close this. Then go to macros again. Now, if you click on run button, here you see the Apple is written in the A1 cell. To edit the macro, you can go to macros, click on this edit option. Then here let me change this to another text, that is VBA. Close this. Go to macros. Now if I run this, Here you see VBA is written in the cell A1. Let me delete this again. Now you can execute the macro by using the shortcut key as well. The shortcut key assigned was Ctrl plus Shift plus Q. Let me press Ctrl Shift Q in the keyboard, and here you see the code is executed, which has written the text VBA in cell A1. So this is a very basic example of how we can record and run the macro in Excel. Let's look into another example. For that, let me click on this record macro again. The name I'll give sales report, and here while writing the macro name, don't include any space. If you want to separate two words, then you can use the underscore symbol here. Let me put here sales underscore report. In the shortcut key, I'm not going to give anything. Store macro in. This workbook is okay. In the description, I'll write creates sales report. Now click on OK. The macro recording has already started. Now I'll click on this C4 cell, then put here product name. Below it, I'll write some products like television, fan, heater, and washing machine. In this cell, I'll write store A. In this cell, I'll write store B. In this cell, I'll write store C. Then I'll increase the column width, select the headers, then apply here the color fill. Then select this, apply the border. Now all the things I did here is recorded. Click on stop recording. Now click on the macros. Here you see the sales report macro is already there. If you click on edit, here you see all the process or steps I did to create that sales reporting format is recorded as a programming language. Close this VBA window. Now let me delete this from here. Then go to macros. Select this sales report macro. Then hit on this run button. Here you see the report is generated. So in this way we can record and run the macro to do the repetitive task. Now let's look into what is this use of relative reference. If you see in the developer tab in the code section below record macro, there is an option that is use relative reference. To understand this option, first of all let's look here. Let me click on this cell, then go to macros, select this sales report macro, then click on run. The format is generated here in this fixed location, which is from C4 to F8. If I want to generate this report in this cell, go to macro and run it. Again the format is created here only. So if we don't select this use relative reference option, the macro will run at the fixed position only. If I create here a new sheet, then go to macros and run this. Again this is created in the fixed position of the sheet, which is from C4 to F8. So in case if you want to create the report in different location, then you have to select this use relative reference. This is like the absolute and relative reference that we use in formula while writing Excel formulas. If we make the cell reference absolute by applying dollar symbols, then the cell will be fixed. If we don't apply dollar symbol, then the cell will be relative. Here in VBA2, if we select the relative reference, then we can run the code at any location. For this, let me click here in this cell, then click on use relative reference option, then start recording the macro. The macro name is, for example, daily sales report. then click on OK. Now let me create here a sales report format. Now I created this daily sales report format. Then go to developer and click on stop recording. Now in case you have selected this use relative reference while recording the macro, now this report format will be created at any location. Suppose that if you want to create this daily sales report here in this G12 cell, then you can click on this cell, click on macros, select this daily sales report macro, then click on run, and here you see this reporting format is created here in this location. If I go to sheet number 2, select this cell here, then click on macros, select the daily sales report macro, click and run. Now this reporting format is created here in this location. So this is what happens when we select this relative reference option. The next is running the recorded macro, which we already covered. Editing the macro is also already covered. Next is assigning macros to button and toolbar. We can assign the macro to different buttons. Let me go here in the sheet 1, then create here a button by clicking on the insert tab, illustrations, shapes. Let me draw this shape here. Then here let me write the text, that is create daily sales format. In this way we can create the buttons. Let me increase the size of it. Now I can assign the macro in this button. For that, right click on this button, click on assign macro, then select this daily sales report macro. You can select any other macro, then click on OK. Now you can click on this button to execute or run the code. Let me select here in this cell, then click on this button. Now you see this is created here. Similarly, if I click on this, then click on this button, here you see the reporting format is created. Similarly, we can put the macro here in toolbar as well. As I show you in the chapter 1, in the home tab, there is a button for running the macro, which is make format. So to create a button here to run the macro, click on the file tab, click on options, click on customize ribbon. Then here in this choose command from option, click on this drop down, then choose this macros option. Here you can see the macros list. Let me select this daily sales report macro. Then I want to add this macro here in the my tool group. So select this my tool group, then click on add. Now here you see the daily sales report macro is added. You can create here a button. For that, click on rename. Then here you can choose any icon. For example, let me click on this icon, then click on OK. Again click on OK. And here you see in the my tools group, the daily sales report macro is added. Now if you click on this macro, the task will be automatically done, that is creating this sales reporting format. Let me create here a new sheet, click on this cell, then click on this daily sales report macro, and here you see the format is automatically generated. So this is all about recording macro, running macro, editing the recorded macro, use of relative reference, and assigning macro to buttons and toolbar. In this chapter, we are going to look into the user interface of VBA. The major components of VBA user interface are the main tabs or menus, toolbar, project explorer, coding window, properties window, and toolbox. Let's go to VBA by clicking on developer tab, then click on Visual Basic. This is the Visual Basic for application window. At the top you can see Microsoft Visual Basic for applications, and the workbook name is given here, Excel VBA chapter 3. Below you can see the menus or tabs, which are file, edit, view, insert, format, debug, run, etc. If you click on the menu, you can see different tools are given here. These are the tools available in Edit tab. These are the tools available in View tab. All these tools are used for different kind of task in VBA. Below the tabs, you can see different tools given. This is called toolbar. In this toolbar, the most useful tools are given. At the left side of the screen, you can see a window that is the VBA project window, which is called the Project Explorer. In the Project Explorer, you can see the objects that is in the workbook. Like here you see Microsoft Excel objects are given, which are the sheet name that is available here in this workbook. Similarly, if you add here a module, then the module will be given here. If you add a user form, then the user form will be given here. So this is called the Project Explorer. You can change the position of this Project Explorer by click, hold, drag and drop. You can keep this window at any position of the screen. Similarly, the next window is the Properties window, which is given here. In this Properties window, the properties of every object that you select is given. Currently, this Properties window is showing the properties for the sheet 1. If you select here different sheet, then the properties of this selected sheet is given. The properties window also you can keep at any location as you want. The next important part of the user interface is the coding window. Currently the coding window is not visible because I haven't added any module here. To show the coding window or to activate coding window, you have to first insert a module. So let me go here in the Insert tab, then click on Module. And here you see this is the coding window. In this window, we write the VBA code. Let me click on Insert, then click on User Form. Here you can see the user form is an object which is listed in the Project Explorer. And when you click on User Form, the Properties window will show all the properties or the settings for this user form. The next important window is the Toolbox window. If you click on this user form, the toolbox will auto activate. If this toolbox window is not visible, you can simply click on this toolbox option here. Then it will be visible. You can also activate this window by clicking on the View tab, then click on Toolbox. In the toolbox, you can see different control buttons. These are used for creating the application in VBA. Like in the user form, if you want to add different controls, then you can use this toolbox. So these are about the major components of VBA user interface. In VBA, you can see other windows also. If you go to the View tab, here you can see different windows are given, like Immediate window, Locals window and Watch window. If you click on this, a new window will be given here. If you go to the View and click on Locals window, then here you see a new Locals window is added. If you go to the View, then click on Watch window, then here you see the Watch window is given. We will learn about these additional windows in other chapters. So this is all about the major components that is in VBA user interface. In this chapter, we are going to cover these 4 topics. These are creating macro by writing VBA code, running the macro, step-by-step code execution, and sheet referencing. First of all, let me select chapter 4. Click on Developer tab, then Visual Basic. This opens this VBA window. To write the code, we have to first insert a module, because in VBA, every code is written inside a module. To insert the module, click on Insert tab of VBA, then click on Module. Here you see a module is inserted. The default name is given as Module 1. If you want to change the name of the module, you can click on it, click on View tab, then click on Properties window. Here in the Properties window, you can change the name of the module. For example, here I am putting my first code. After writing the name, press enter to rename it. Let me close this Properties window so that there will be wider space for the module. Now here in the module, we have to create a sub procedure to write the code. For example, if you want to write some values here in the cell, then first of all write a sub procedure. For this, write sub, give a space, then put the name of the sub procedure, where I am writing input underscore value. When you write the name of the sub procedure, don't include any space because the space is not supported. And while writing the procedure name, don't use the words that is already reserved in VBA. For example, the words like sheet, range, copy, paste, workbook. These are the examples of name that is already taken in VBA language. So don't use these names when you write the sub procedure. If you use the already taken names, then it may create conflict in the code. After putting the name, open and close bracket, then press enter. It will automatically give this end sub. It means end of the sub procedure. Now here between this sub and end sub, we have to write the code. Suppose that if you want to write VBA in cell A1, then the code will be range open bracket, double quotation, put the cell address, that is A1, double quotation, close bracket, dot value is equal to, then type double quotation VBA double quotation, then press enter. Now if I run this code, the text VBA will be written here in the cell A1. To run the code, click on this run button that is given here in the toolbars, or you can also click on the run tab, then click on this run tool. The shortcut key for running the macro is F5. Before you click on the run button, you should put the cursor inside this sub procedure, then click on the run button. Here you see the text VBA is written in cell A1. Similarly, if you want to write a numeric value here in the A2 cell, then the code will be range open bracket, double quotation, A2 double quotation, close bracket, dot value is equal to 100. When you write the numeric value, don't put the double quotations. Now if you hit on the run button, here you see the number 100 is written in cell A2. There is another method of writing the value in cell, that is the cells method. For this, let me hit enter and write the code, that is cells open bracket. In the row index and column index, we have to put the row number and column number for the cell. Suppose that if you want to put a value in C4 cell, then the row index will be 4. So type here 4, comma. In the column index number, put 3, because the index number of column C is 3. 1, 2, 3. It means fourth row of the third column. Now close bracket, dot value is equal to double quotation Excel double quotation. Now when you run this code, the word Excel will be written here in the C4 cell. Let me hit on run button. Here you see Excel is written here in the C4. So this is the basic example of writing code in VBA. After writing the code in VBA, this will be visible in the macros section. Let me close this VBA window, then click on this macros. Here you see the input value macro is given. To execute this macro, you can simply click on this run button. For this, let me first delete these values from the cell. Click on macros, then select the macro and click on run. Here you see the code is executed. In VBA module, you can write multiple macros. If you want to create a different sub procedure, then you can click below the end sub. Then here you start creating another sub procedure. For example, sub my underscore code, open and close bracket, press enter. Now this is a different sub procedure. In this procedure, let me write msgbox, which is the short form of message box, space double quotation, then type I am learning VBA double quotation. Now if you run this code, a message box will be displayed with the text I am learning VBA. Let me click on the run button, and here you see a message box is given which has the text I am learning VBA. Click OK to go back to the VBA window, and in VBA you can run one macro at one time. Suppose that here if I delete this, go to Visual Basic, currently this second macro is selected. If I hit on the run button, only the second macro runs. Here you see the message box is given. If you want to run this first macro or first sub procedure, you have to first put your cursor inside this sub procedure, then click on the run button, and here you see the code is executed which has returned these values in the cell. The next topic that we are covering today is step-by-step code execution. Step-by-step code execution means running the code line by line. To learn this step-by-step code execution, let me select this chapter 4 again, then delete these values from here. Go to Visual Basic, then add here some more code lines. Now to run this code step by step, you have to go to the debug tab. Then here you will see this step into tool. The shortcut key for executing the code step by step is F8. So let me click on this step into, which goes to the first code line, which is the name of the sub procedure. Now to go to the next code line, press the F8 key in the keyboard. That goes to the second code line. Now when you press F8 again, this code line will be executed. Let's hit on F8. Here you see the first code line executed, which has returned the old VBA in A1 cell. Press F8 again. 100 is written in cell A2. Press F8 again. The old Excel is written in the cell C4. Press F8. The number 500 is written in the cell A5. Press F8. The number 600 is written in the cell A6. Now again press F8, and here you see the value in cell A5 and A6 is added. So in this way we can execute the code step by step by using the step into tool. The next topic of today's chapter is sheet referencing. Sheet referencing means defining the sheet in which the code will run, because currently whatever code we run here will execute in the active sheet. Let me click on Visual Basic. Currently this chapter 4 sheet is selected, which is called the active sheet, and the code will run in this chapter 4 sheet. If you select sheet 1, go to VBA, then run this code, then this code will execute here in this sheet 1. Let me click on the run button, and here you see this code executes in this active sheet. Similarly, if I go to sheet 4 and run the code, then the code will execute here in the sheet 4. But what if you want to run the code in a specific sheet? Suppose that you have selected the VBA tutorial sheet and you want to run the code in a different sheet. For example, let me create here a new sheet. The name of the sheet I will put here test. Now if I want to run the code in this sheet only, then I have to refer the sheet. For that, let me select this VBA tutorial, go to Visual Basic. Now create here a new sub procedure by going below this second macro. Then write here the name of the process, that is sub sheet underscore referencing. Bracket open, bracket close. Press enter. A new sub procedure is created here. Now to refer the specific sheet of the workbook, you have to write the code in this way, which is this workbook dot sheets open parenthesis. Now here in the index put the name of the sheet, which is test. So here type double quotation test double quotation close bracket dot range open bracket, then put the cell address where you want to input the value. For example, A1 dot value is equal to 1000. Now when you run this code, the code will run in this specific sheet, because in this code this specific sheet is defined by giving the name of the sheet here. In this code you have to write this workbook object, because if there is multiple workbooks opened in your system, then the code will run in the active workbook only. So to run the code in the workbook where this VBA is opened, we have to write this workbook object before referring to any sheet. Now let me click on the run button and go here in the test sheet. Here you see 1000 is written in the cell A1. You can refer to the sheet by using other methods also. For that, let me go to Visual Basic again, and here let's see the another method of referencing the sheet. For this, let me go here in the second code line, then put here this workbook dot sheets open parenthesis. Now here in the index number, you can directly provide the index number of the sheet. Here in this case, the index number of this test sheet is sheet number 2, because it is on the second position. In our workbook there are total 1 2 3 4 5 sheets, and this test sheet is in the second position. So here you can put 2 in the sheet index number, close parenthesis, dot range A2 dot value is equal to 200. Now if you run this code, the value 200 will be written in the cell A2. Let me click on the run button, and here you see the value 200 is written in the A2 cell of this test sheet. The next method of sheet referencing is you can use the sheet code name. If you see in the Project Explorer, the sheet code for the VBA tutorial sheet is sheet 1. If you see for the test, the sheet code for this test sheet is sheet 5. So you can use this sheet code to refer the sheet. And while referencing the sheet based on sheet code, you don't need to write this workbook, because the sheet code is already inside this workbook. So don't write this workbook in case of referencing the sheet based on sheet code. You can directly write here sheet 5, which is the sheet code for test sheet, dot range A3 dot value is equal to 1500. Now if you run this code, this number 1500 will be written in the A3 cell of this test sheet. Let me select this, go to VBA, then run this code. Now go and see in the test sheet. Here you see 1500 is written in the A3 cell. So these are different methods of referencing the sheet, and out of these 3 methods, this first method is most commonly used, but you can also apply these 2 methods. In this chapter, you will learn the method of data copy and paste using VBA code. For this, let's go to chapter 5 sheet, then click on the developer tab, Visual Basic. Here create a module for data copy paste. For that, click on insert module. If you want to rename the module name, you can click on it, go to view tab, then go to properties window. Here you can change the name of the module. Let me put here copy underscore paste, then press enter to rename. Close this properties window. Now here create a sub procedure for data copy paste. Let me put here sub data copy paste, open and close bracket, and then press enter. Between this sub and end sub, we have to write the code for data copy paste. Suppose that if you want to copy this table and paste it in another location, then the code will be range, open bracket, then put here the copy range, which is from B2 cell to E6 cell. So type here double quotes B2 colon E6 double quotes bracket close dot copy. Now this code will copy this range. If you click on the run button, here you see this is copied. Now to paste this range in another location, write this code, press enter, then type here range, open bracket. If you want to paste this here in B8 cell, then type here double quotes B8 double quotes bracket close dot, then type here paste special, which you can see here. You can also double click on it to choose, then put a space, then it will open these paste special options. Here this syntax is covering the paste special option. To enable this, you can press backspace, then again press the space key. Now you see all the options are visible. If you want to paste everything, then select this Excel paste all option. If you want to paste only the values, then you can go down and select this values option. Similarly, here you can see other options like Excel paste formulas, Excel paste formats. You can choose any option according to your requirement. Here let me select this Excel paste all option by double clicking. Now press enter. Now if you click on the run button, this table will be copy paste. Let me click on this run button, and here you see the data is copied. After copy and paste the data, here the data is still in copy mode. You can see these moving lines around the table. It means it is in copy mode. To exit from this copy mode, here you have to write another code, that is application.got copy mode. Double click on this to choose is equal to false. Then press enter. Now if you run this code, this copy mode will exit. Let me hit on the run button. Here you see the copy mode is removed. So this is the first method of data copy paste using VBA code. Let's look into the second method, in which I will use the direct method. For example, if I want to copy this value in the H1 cell to I1 cell, then I can write the code in this way. Range I1 dot value is equal to range H1 dot value. This code will simply copy the value in H1 cell to I1 cell. Press enter. When I press enter, it has given this error message because I have forgot to type the double quotation here. So type here double quotation after this I1 range, then press enter. Now if you run the code, this value will be copied to this I1 cell. Let me click on the run button, and here you see the value in H1 cell is copied to value in I1 cell. So these are the two methods of data copy paste using VBA code. In this chapter, you will learn the VBA code for changing the font property of text, applying border to the cell, and changing the text alignment and orientation. For this, let me click on this chapter 6 sheet, click on developer tab, then Visual Basic. Here let me create a new module by going to insert module. Now here let's create a sub procedure, sub font underscore property, open close bracket, press enter. Now first of all, let's write some value in the cell. Range A1 to C3 dot value is equal to VBA. Press enter. Let's run this code. Here you see VBA is written in this range. Now if you want to change the font name of this text, then write this code. Range A1 to C3 dot font dot name is equal to, then type the font name, for example Times New Roman, then hit enter. Now if you run this code, the font will change to Times New Roman font. Let me hit on the run button. Here you see font is changed. If you want to make the font bold, then write the code in this way. Range A1 to C3 dot font dot bold is equal to true. This code will make the font bold. Let me hit on run button. Here you see it has become bold. Let's change the font size by using VBA code. For that, the code is range A1 to C3 dot font dot size is equal to, then put the number, for example 20. Now if you run this code, you see the font size is changed to 20. If you want to put underline in the text, then the code will be copy this part of the code, then paste it here, then here put dot underline is equal to true. If you run this, underline will be given in the text. Here the underline is not visible because of the row height. Let's increase the row height, and you see the underline is given. If you want to change the color of the text, then the code will be paste the copied code till dot font, then type here dot color is equal to VV red. This will change the color to red. Let me click on the run button. Here you see the color is changed to red. If you want to make it blue color, then you can put here VB blue, then hit on the run button, and here you see the color is changed to blue color. If you want to put here the RGB color, then the code will be range a1 to c3 dot font dot color is equal to, then put the RGB color code. For that, put RGB open bracket, then put the color code, for example 255 comma 102 comma 253 close bracket, press enter. Now if you run it, here you see the color is changed. So in this way we can change the font property using the VBA code. Now let's look into how to apply border to cell by using the VBA code. For this, let's select this chapter 6, open Visual Basic window. Then to apply the border here in this range, write the code in this way: range a1 to c3 dot borders dot color is equal to VB black. This code will apply the black color border in the range. Let me hit on the run button. Here you see the black color border is applied. If you want to change the weight of the border, then the code will be copy this part of the code till borders, copy and paste here, then put here dot weight is equal to 3. Now if you run this code, here you see the weight of the border is changed. Let's look into changing the text alignment using VBA code. Before writing the code, let me increase the column width of this so that the text alignment change will be visible here. Let me also increase the height of the row. Then go to Visual Basic and write the code. For example, if you want to change the vertical alignment of the text to top, then the code will be copy this part of the code, Ctrl C, then Ctrl V, range a1 to c3 dot, choose this vertical alignment option equal to XL top. Now if you run this code, the text will move to top of the cell. Let me click on the run button, and here you see the text goes to top. If you make it XL bottom, then if you run it, text goes to the bottom. If you want to change the horizontal alignment of text, then the code will be range a1 to c3 dot horizontal alignment equal to XL left. If you run this code, you see the text goes to the left of the cell. If you want to keep the text at right, you can change this left to right. Similarly, if you want to change the orientation of the text, and then the code will be range a1 to c3 dot orientation is equal to, then put here the degree of orientation. Let me put here 20, then press enter. Now if I run this code, here you see the text rotates to 20 degree. If you make it 0, then run it, the orientation is removed. In this chapter, I am going to show you what is with block in VBA. To explain the use of with block, let me go to the developer tab, then Visual Basic. Here you see the code that was written in the chapter 6. If you notice in this code, this object range a1 to c3 is repeating multiple times. In every code, the object repeats. So by using the with block, we can put this range object at one place only, then add these properties below it. This is useful for simplifying the code and making the code more readable. For this, let me create here a new module by going to Insert, Module, click on View tab, properties window, let's change the module name to with_block. Close this properties window, go to this chapter 7, go to VBA. Now here create a sub procedure sub with_block, press enter. Now here let me write some value in the cell, that is range A1 to C5 dot value equal to 1500. Now if I run this code, 1500 is written in this range. Now if I want to change the properties of the values given here, like changing the fonts, changing the color, applying borders, etc., then I can refer to this range object at one place only by introducing the with block. For that, let me put here with range A1 to C5, then press enter, then press tab key. Now here you can define the properties, like if you want to change the font name, put here dot font dot name equal to times New Roman. Now hit enter. Then if you want to change the size of the font, type here dot font dot size equal to 18. Similarly, if you want to change the color, then type here dot font dot color equals VB red. In this way we can set up the properties of this range A1 to C5. After setting up all the properties, then you have to put here end with. So press the backspace key, then type end with, then press enter. So this is called the with block, where I have written this range object here only. The range object is not repeating in every line of code. Now let's run the code step by step by using the step into tool. So let me press F8. It goes to this with block. Now press F8 again, it goes to this font properties code. Now if you press F8, this will be executed. Press F8. Here you see the font name is changed to Times New Roman. Press F8 again. Here you see the size is increased to 18. Press F8 again, the color is changed to red. So in this way, by using the with block, we can simplify our code by writing the object at one place only, then defining the properties of the object below it. In this chapter 8 video tutorial on learning Excel VBA basic to advanced, we are going to learn how to manipulate the row, column and sheet using VBA code, where we will cover these topics. First of all, let me go to the developer tab, then Visual Basic. Here let's create a new module by clicking on insert, then module. Rename the module by going to view properties window, then here change the name. Close the properties window, then here create a sub procedure, for example sub sheet underscore manipulation, and here we will write the code. First of all, let's look into insert and delete row column. For this, let me select this chapter 8 where I have a data. For example, if you want to insert a column between column B and column C, then the code will be, go to VBA, then right here columns double quotes C double quotes dot insert. This code will insert a new column here in the C column. Let's click on the run button, and here you see a new column is inserted between column B and C. Suppose that if you want to insert two columns between column D and E, then the code will be columns D to E dot insert. This will insert two columns here. To run this code only, let me put here the single quote before this code. Then this code doesn't execute. It now remains as a comment form. So if I click on the run button, Here you see two columns are inserted between column D and E. Now if you want to delete these three columns, then the code will be columns C to E dot delete. This code will delete these three columns. Let's put here single quote, then click on the run button. Here you see the three columns are deleted. To insert or delete column, you can also put the index number of the column instead of putting the column name. For this, let me put here the single quote, then remove the single quote from here. Now if I run this code will execute and a new column is inserted. Suppose that if I want to delete this column, then I can put the index number of column, which is 3, in the code. Let me go here and make it 3. And while you put the index number, don't use the double quotes. So remove these double quotes from here. Then change this insert to delete. Now if you run the code, this column will be deleted. Let me click on the run button and you see the column number 3 is deleted. So these are the ways of inserting and deleting the columns. For the row also, you can follow the same method. For example, if you want to insert here a new row between row number 3 and 4, then put here this code rows, then put the index number of the row, which is row number 4 dot insert. Now if you run this code, a new row is inserted between row number 3 and 4. To delete, you can just change this insert to delete. Then put here a single quote so that this code doesn't run. Then click on the run button and here you see the row is deleted. The next topic we are going to cover is hide and unhide row and column. Suppose that if you want to hide a column from the data, if you want to hide this store F data or the column D, then the code will be, let me put here the single quote, then write the code for hiding the column. Columns D dot entire column dot hidden is equal to true. This code will hide this D column. Let me click on the run button and here you see the column D is hidden now. If you want to unhide this, then you can change this true to false. So let me copy this code, paste it here, apply the single quote in this first code, then change the true to false, then click on the run button and here you see column D is visible again. The same way you can hide and unhide the row. For this, let me put here single quotes, then write here a code for hiding the row. Suppose that if I want to hide this row number 3, then the code will be rows 3 dot entire row dot hidden is equal to true. Now if I run this code, the row number 3 is hidden. To unhide this, just change this true to false. Then run the code and the row is now unhide. If you want to hide multiple columns at once, then you can write the code in this way. To hide the column from C to E, the code is columns C to E dot entire column dot hidden equal to true. Now if you run the code, the columns from C to E are hidden. To unhide, again change this true to false. Then run the code. Again the columns are visible. So these are the methods of hiding and unhiding the row and column. The next topic is adding new sheet. If you want to add here a new sheet, then the code will be, let me put here single quotes, then write the code for adding the sheet. Suppose that if you want to add here a new sheet in this workbook, then the code will be sheets.add. This will simply add a new sheet here. Let me hit on the run button. Here you see a new sheet with the default name of sheet 3 is added. If you want to add a new sheet with a new name, then the code will be sheets.add.name equal to, then put the name of the sheet inside double quotes, for example XYZ. Then if you run this code, a new sheet with the name of XYZ will be added. Let me click on the run button, and here you see a new sheet with the name of XYZ is added. Suppose that if you want to rename this XYZ sheet with a different name, then the code will be sheets, then put the name of the sheet inside double quotes XYZ dot name equal to, then put here the new name for this sheet. Let me write here ABC. Now this code will rename this XYZ sheet with ABC sheet. Let me hit on the run button. Here you see the sheet is renamed. Next is deleting the sheet. For example, if you want to delete this sheet 3, then write the code in this way. Sheets, put the name of the sheet, that is sheet 3 dot delete. Now if you run this code, here you see a delete confirmation message is displayed. If you click on delete, then the sheet is deleted. If you want not to display the delete confirmation message, you can add here more line of code. For that, let me add here a new sheet by activating this code sheets.add, then run it. A new sheet is added, that is sheet 5. Now if I want to delete this sheet 5 without showing the delete confirmation message, then let me make this sheets.add inactive, then make this sheet.delete active, and here let's change this to sheet 5. Then before this we have to insert this code, that is application.display alerts is equal to false. This code will disable the delete confirmation message. After deleting this sheet, we have to again enable the delete confirmation message. So press enter and add here application.display alerts equal to true. Now what happens is, when you run this code, this sheet 5 will be deleted without showing the delete confirmation message. Let me hit on the run button. Here you see the sheet is deleted without throwing the confirmation message. Let's look into the another topic, that is hiding and unhiding the sheet using VBA code. For this, let me make this code inactive first by applying the single quote before it. Suppose that if you want to hide this VBA tutorial sheet, then the code will be sheets VBA tutorial dot visible equal to XL sheet hidden. This code will hide this VBA tutorial sheet. Let me click on the run button. Here you see the VBA tutorial sheet has been hidden. If you want to unhide this sheet, simply copy this code, then paste it over here, make this first code inactive, then here change this hidden to visible. Now if you run the code, the VBA tutorial sheet is again visible. The next topic is how to copy and move sheets. Suppose that if you want to create a copy of this VBA tutorial sheet, then the code will be sheets VBA tutorial dot copy. Click on the run button. This has created a copy of VBA tutorial sheet in a new workbook. Here you see a new workbook is created for VBA tutorial sheet with the name of book 1. If you want to copy the VBA tutorial sheet and keep it in the same workbook, then the code will be seats VBA tutorial dot copy. Then we have to put the location where you want to keep this sheet. If you want to keep the VBA tutorial sheet at the end, then here put space, then type after semicolon equal to sheets bracket open, then put this chapter 8 sheet name double quotes, chapter 8 double quotes bracket close. Now this code will copy this VBA tutorial sheet and paste it after this chapter 8 sheet. Now if I run this code, here you see the VBA tutorial sheet is copied and created here a duplicate of it with the name of VBA tutorial 2. Now if you want to move this VBA tutorial 2 at the beginning of the sheet or before this ABC sheet, then the code will be sheets VBA tutorial 2, this is the name of the sheet, dot move before semicolon equal to sheets double quotes ABC. Now this code will move this VBA tutorial 2 sheet before the sheet ABC. Let me hit on the run button. Here you see this VBA tutorial 2 sheet has been moved to the first position or before this ABC sheet. So these were all about the methods of writing VBA code for row, column and sheet manipulation in Microsoft Excel. In this chapter, we are going to learn what is variable in VBA. First of all, we will learn what is variable. We will learn what are the data types that we use in defining variable and how to define and use the variable. For this, let me go to the developer Visual Basic, where I have already created this variable VBA module and this sub procedure. First, let's understand what is variable. Variable is a named storage location in computer's memory, which we can define in VBA. The objective of variable is to store some value in a name and later use that name in the code. For example, let me show you here the basic of defining the variable. Here let me write price equal to 20. When I write this value 20 is stored in the name of price in computer's memory. Similarly, if I write here quantity is equal to 100, now this 100 is assigned in the name of quantity in computer's memory. Later, we can use this price and quantity variable to represent these numbers. Below this, let me write here a code. For that, let me go to this chapter 9 sheet, go to VBA, then write here a code that is range A1 dot value equal to. Now I can refer these names instead of putting these numbers because these numbers are stored in the name of the price and quantity. So here I can put price multiplied with quantity. Press enter. Now if I run this code, in the range A1, this 20 and 100 will be multiplied and the result will be given. Let me hit on the run button. And here you see 2000 is given, which is the result of this price value multiplied with the quantity value. So this is the basic example of how we define the variable in VBA code. Now we have to understand what are the data types that we can use in variable. For that, here I have created a data type sheet where I have listed all the data type according to its category. The first one is the numeric data types, where we can define these variables, which are byte, integer, long, single, double, currency. These are the variable name. In the next column, you can see the size of the variable that computer's memory takes. Like the byte data type takes 1 byte of memory. Integer data type takes 2 byte of memory, and here you can see the range of these variable data types. Like in the byte data type, The numeric range is from 0 to 255. We can assign only this range for this byte data type. If we have to assign larger numbers than the byte, then we have to go to the integer data type, which can assign value from minus 32,768 to plus 32,767. If we need larger numbers, then we have to go to the long data type, which can hold these numbers range. These single and double data types are for the decimal values, the numbers that has digit after decimal. Similarly, the currency data type can hold the currency values ranging from this number, which has 4 digit after decimal by default. Below it, there is another data type, that is the string data type. String means the text values. To hold the text values, we have to take the string data type. This boolean data type can hold logical values like true or false. Date data type can hold the date from January 1st 100 to December 31st 9999. Similarly, there is another data type, that is object data type. This is used for referring to the workbook objects like the workbook, worksheet or ranges. The next one is the variant data type. This variant data type can hold any data type, but it takes more memory in PC, which is 16 bytes. So these are the data types. You will be more clear on this when we practically use it. To practically understand defining the data type or variable in VBA, let me go to Visual Basic, and below this sub procedure, let me create here a new sub procedure, which is sub data underscore type underscore example, open close bracket, then press enter. Now here I will explain how to use this data type while defining the variable. When we define the data type for variable, we have to start with the dim statement. Dim is the short form of dimension. So here type dim age is byte, then press enter. Now the data type is defined for this age variable, which can hold the value between 0 to 255 only. Now to set up the value for this age variable, press enter and type here age is equal to, then put the value. Let me put here 60. Now this 60 is assigned for this age variable, and the data type is given as byte, which will use the memory of 1 byte in computer. Now after setting up this data type and variable, you can use this variable in your code. For this, let me go to the chapter 9 sheet, go to VBA again, then here write the code msgbox, which is the short form of message box, space double quotation, then type here my age is double quotation, and then type the age variable here, then press enter. Now what happens is, when you run this code, a message box will be displayed with my age is, then the value of this age variable, which is 60. Let me hit on the run button, and here you see a message box is displayed which says my age is 60. Click on OK to go back to the VBA window. So in this way we can define the data type and variable in VBA. Suppose that if you assign the value that is not supported by this byte data type, then it will throw a error message. Let me assign here the value of 270 in this age variable, then click on the run button. Here I got the overflow error because this number is not supported in byte data type. Let me click on this end button, then go to this code and change this byte data type to integer. Now if I run the code, then this will support this number. Let me hit on the run button. Here you see the message box is displayed with my age is 270, then click OK. Now let's understand how defining the variable simplifies the code by looking into another example. For that, I'll use another data type, that is the object data type. So let me go to this chapter 9 sheet again, then click on Visual Basic. Here let me create a new sub procedure, which is sub next underscore example. The procedure name you can put anything. This is just for example. Now in this sub procedure, let me write some codes. This workbook.sheets, then put this chapter 9 sheet here, double quotes ch9 double quotes dot range c1 dot value equal to 100. Let me copy the same code, paste it here, change this range c1 to c2 and the value of c2 range to 300. Again paste the same code, then change the c1 to c3 and the value to 500. Again paste the code here, change the range to c4, then the value to 700. Now if I run this code, here you see the values are written here in this range. Now if you see in this code, this part of the code, which is this workbook.sheets chapter 9, this is repeating multiple times in the code, which makes the code lengthy. In this case, we can simplify this code by defining this part of the code as variable. So to do this, here let me press enter. Then first of all define the data type, that is dim sh is worksheet. Here I have used this worksheet object as a data type. Now press enter. To set the value for this sh variable, write here set sh is equal to, then write this part of the code, which is this workbook.sheets chapter 9. Now after setting the value for this sh variable here, you don't need to write this workbook.sheets chapter 9 in every line of code. You can simply write the variable name here. Just type here sh, which is the variable name. Similarly, here in the second line of code also, you can only write sh, which is the variable name. In the third line of code also, change these to sh. In the fourth line of code also, change this to sh. Now here you can see, instead of putting these in every line of code, we can only write the variable name, which simplifies the code. Let me delete these values from here, go to VBA, then run this sub procedure, and here you see the values are written in the cell. So this is the way of defining the data type and variable in VBA. The major objective of defining the data type and variable is to simplify the code and make the code memory efficient. In this chapter, we are going to learn what is loop in VBA, and we will look into one of the types of loop, that is for next loop. First of all, let's understand what is loop in VBA. For that, let me go to the chapter 10, go to developer tab, Visual Basic. Here I have already created this for next loop module and the sub procedure. First of all, let me explain what is loop. Loop in VBA is a programming structure that is used for repeating a block of code multiple times, because while we develop a program in VBA, we may need to repeat some action multiple times. So loop is used in VBA to repeat the code for certain number of times. Basically, there are 4 types of loop in VBA, that is the for next loop, for each next loop, do while loop, and do until loop. In this video, we will be learning the for next loop. And to explain this for next loop in VBA, I will show you 2 examples. One will be the basic example and another will be little advanced example. First of all, define a variable here with the dim statement, dim I is byte. Now define the value of I variable, that is for I equal to 1 to 8. This 1 to 8 means we are going to repeat the code 8 times. Then press enter. Now here we have to write the code to repeat. msgbox space I, then press enter, then here type next I. It means when this code is executed, then we have to repeat it with this next I statement. Now if I run this code, the message box will display 8 times because this for next loop will repeat this code for the number of times that is given here, 1 to 8. If I put here 1 to 5, then the message box will be displayed 5 times. Now click on the run button. Here you see the message box is displayed and the value is given as 1. If you click on OK, again you see another message box displays with the value of 2. Click on OK, the third message box displayed. Keep on pressing OK and you see all the 8 message box is displayed. After displaying all 8 message box, now the code will end because we have given the instruction in VBA to repeat the code 8 times. Now let me click on OK and it now goes to the VBA window because all the repetition is completed. So this is the basic example of how the for next loop works. Next we'll see the little advanced example of using for next loop. For that, let me create here another sub procedure, sub for underscore next underscore loop 2 open and close bracket. In this sheet, let me create here a data. For example, here I am putting item name and the stock quantity. In the item names, let me put here some dummy names like A, B, C, D. These are the stock items. And in quantity, let me put here some dummy stock quantity. And beside it, let me write here stock status. In this column, we need to display very low stock if the stock quantity is below 10 unit. So that we will do by for next loop. So here I'll also write the requirement. Now open the VBA window. You can open VBA window by the keyboard shortcut, that is Alt plus F11 key. Now to display here the stock status of very low stock when there is quantity less than 10 unit, we can use this for next loop. For this, first of all define the variable, that is dim I is integer. Now define the value for I variable with the for next loop. For I equals to 2 to 7. This 2 to 7 is because we have this quantity starting from second row and till the 7th row. So here I have put 2 to 7. Press enter. Now we have to check whether the quantity given in the B column is less than 10 unit or not. For that we have to use here the if statement. So write here if cells open bracket in the row index number of the cell, use this I variable. So put here I comma, in the column index we have to take this second column where there is quantity. So put here 2 in the column index, close bracket, dot value is less than 10. This is our condition. After we put if, at the end we have to put then press enter. Now what we need to do is, if this condition is true, we have to write very low stock in this stock status column. For that the code will be cells open bracket in the row index number, put the I variable, comma, in the column index now take the third column which is the stock status column and the index number is 3. So here put I comma 3 dot value equal to double quotation very low stock. Then press enter. After writing the if statement, we have to write end if. So press enter and type end if. Again press enter. Now we have to repeat this part of the code for the number of times that is given here, which is from 2 to 7. So for this, press enter and here write next I. Then press enter. Now if you run this code, This code will check whether the value in stock quantity column is less than 10 unit, and if it is less than 10, it will write very low stock here in the stock status column. Let me click on the run button, and here you see when there is the quantity less than 10 unit, the stock status is given as very low stock. Let me change this to 9 unit and go to VBA, then run the code. Here you see very low stock is given for this also. If you want to see the step-by-step code execution, then you can delete this, go to VBA, and here use the step into tool to see the step-by-step execution of the code. For example, let me press here F8 and see in the stock status. Here you see the very low stock is given in this first cell. Now if I press F8 again, it goes to next I, and it will now repeat from beginning. If I press F8 again, here you see it again goes to this code. Then press F8, it again goes to this, because in the second iteration of the code the quantity is not less than 10, so nothing is given here. Now it is in the third iteration. If you press F8, here you see it has returned very low stock, because in the third iteration of the code it found the quantity less than 10 and the very low stock is displayed. Press F8, again it goes to this if statement, and when the condition is met, you see the very low stock is given. So in this way you can see the step-by-step execution of this for next loop. So this is all about for next loop in VBA. In this chapter you will learn how to use for each next loop in VBA. I will explain this for each next loop with 3 different examples. First of all, let's understand in which case we use this for each next loop. Suppose that if you have to repeat a block of code or a collection of objects, then you can use this for each next loop. Collection of objects can be the sheets in a workbook. For example, in this workbook I have these 4 sheets. These 4 sheets are called the collection of sheet object. If you go to this CD sheet, there you can see these 3 shapes are given. These 3 shapes is a collection of object, because these are objects and the group of these 3 is a collection. So if you want to do something for the collection of the object, then you can use this for each next loop. Suppose that if you want to add the word VBA after the name of every single sheet here, then you can use for each next loop. For this, let's go to VBA window, where I have already created this module for each next loop and the sub procedure. First, define the variable with the dim statement. Dim sh is worksheet. Now define the value for this sh variable with for each statement. So here type for each sh in this workbook dot sheets. Now this workbook dot sheets is the collection of object. This is referring to every sheet in this current workbook, and this for each loop will apply the code that we write here to every sheet of this workbook. To add the text VBA after every sheet name, here write the code that is sh.name is equal to sh.name and double quotation VBA double quotation, then press enter. Now to repeat this part of the code, we have to put here next sh. So this is called the for each next loop. Now if you run this code, the text VBA will be added after every sheet here. Let's run this code step by step by using the step into tool. So press the F8 key. Now when you press F8 again, this code will be executed, which will add the text VBA after this first sheet. So press F8 key. Here you see VBA is added after the first sheet name. Now this next sh will repeat this code for all the sheets in this workbook. Press F8 again, it goes to this code again. If you press F8, the second sheet is renamed, the VBA is added after it. Press F8 again, the third sheet is renamed. Press F8 again, and the fourth sheet is renamed. So this is how the for each next loop works. Let's look into the another example. For that, let me create here a new sub procedure. sub tab underscore color, open close bracket, then press enter. Now I will apply a tab color for each sheet of this workbook. For that, the code will be dim sh as worksheet. Then write the for each loop statement, that is for each sh in this workbook dot sheets. Now write the code for changing the sheet tab color. sh dot tab dot color equal to BV green. This will change the tab color to green color. Then put here next sh to repeat the code. Now if you run this code, the tab color of each sheet of this workbook will change. Let me hit on the run button. Here you see the color of each sheet is changed to green. Let's look into the third example. For this, let me go here in this sheet where I have these three shapes. If I want to change the color of all these three shapes, then I can again use for each next loop. Go to VBA, then add here a new sub procedure. Sub change underscore color. First define the variable to represent these shapes. So here type dim shp as shape. Press enter. Now define the value of this shp variable with the for each statement. For each shp in this workbook dot sheets, then put the name of the sheet where there is these shapes, that is cdbva. So here type double quotes cdbva double quotes dot shapes. This workbook dot sheets cdbva dot shape is referring to all the shape that is available in this cdbva sheet. Now to apply the color field to the shape, write the code shp dot field dot for color dot rgb is equal to vb yellow. Now this code will apply the yellow color field to the shape, and to repeat this code for all the objects, write here next shp. Now if you run this code, the yellow color field will be applied to all the shapes in this sheet. Let me use here the step into tool to run the code. Press F8. Here you see yellow color is applied. Now this next SSP will repeat this code again. Press F8. This goes to this code. Press F8 again. The second shape is filled with yellow color. Press F8 and the third shape is filled with the yellow color. So this is how we can use this for each next loop in VBA. Welcome back to this chapter 12 video tutorial on learning Microsoft Excel Visual Basic for Applications. In this chapter, we will learn the do while loop. To explain how to use do while loop, I have created here two examples. In this first example, I will use the simple do while loop, and in the second example, I will use do while loop combined with the if statement. Let's go to this first example. Here you see the description of do while loop is given. Do while loop repeats a block of code as long as a condition is true. Suppose that in this column B, if you have to apply border to the cell as long as there is some value in the cell, then you can use do while loop. Currently I have value till B6 cell, so I have to apply the border till B6. In the second example, I have some subjects here, full mark, pass mark obtained. Based on these values, I have to calculate here the result in pass or fail. In this case also I can use the do while loop. The do while loop will repeat the code as long as it finds some subject here in the A column. Let's go to chapter 1 and use the do while loop. For that, click on Developer tab, then Visual Basic. Here I have created the do while module and the sub procedure. First of all, let's define the variable dim sh as worksheet. Set the value for this sh variable, that is set sh is equal to this workbook dot sheets. Then put this sheet reference, that is chapter 12a. Press enter. Define another variable to represent the row, that is dim I is long. Press enter. Set the initial value for this I variable, that is the row number 1. So put here I equals to 1. Now write the do while statement, that is do while. Now put the condition, that is the cell should not be blank. For that, put cells. In the row index, put this I variable, comma. In the column index, put the column number 2 because our values are in the V column. So here put 2 bracket close dot value not equal to blank. Not equal to is given by this less than and greater than symbol together, and blank is given by double quotes. Now press enter. To apply the border to the cell, write this code. Cells. In the row index, put the I variable, comma. In the column index, put the column number 2 dot borders dot color is equal to VB black. Now press enter. Now this code will apply border here in the first cell. Now we have to increase the value of I variable by 1 to go to the next cell, because after applying border in the first cell, we have to go to the second cell. For that, put here I equals to I plus 1. Now to repeat the code, put here loop. Now this code will apply border in the cell as long as it finds some value in the V column. Let me execute this code step by step by using the step into tool. The shortcut key is the F8 key. After this code is executed, the border will be applied here. Here you see border applied in the first cell. Now this I is equal to I plus 1 will change the row reference to the row number 2, and we'll see the value here in the B2 cell. If there is some value, then it will apply the border. Press the F8 key again. It goes to the loop. When you press F8, the code will start to repeat. Let me hit on F8. Here you see it again goes to this statement. Press F8 again. See in the column B, the border starts to apply. Now let's run the code directly from here. And here you see the border is applied till the last row when there is some data. Let me add here some more values in the cell. Then go to VBA and run this code. Here you see the border is applied while the cell has some value. So this is the basic example of using do while loop. Let's go to second example where I have to calculate the result of pass or fail in this column E by comparing the pass mark and mark obtained. In this case, I have to combine the if statement with do while. Let's go to VBA, then create here another sub procedure, sub do underscore while underscore example, bracket open bracket close, press enter. Now in this sub procedure, first of all, let's define the variable dim sh is worksheet, set sh equal to this workbook dot sheets, then refer this sheet which is chapter 12. Enter. define the I variable, dim I is long, then set the initial value of I, that will be row number 2, because we start calculating result in the row number 2 of the E column. So here put I equal to 2. Now write the do while statement, that is do while cells open bracket in the row index put the I variable, comma, in the column index put the column number 1 where there is subject, dot value not equal to blank. This is the do while condition. Now to calculate the result here, we have to combine the if statement, because the result is conditional. If the mark obtained is greater than or equal to the pass mark, then the result will be pass. If the mark obtained is less than pass mark, then the result will be fail. So for that, combine here the if statement. So here put if cells in the row index put I variable, comma, in the column index put the column where there is mark obtained, that is the column D, and the index number is 4. So put here 4 dot value which should be greater than or equal to the pass mark. To represent the pass mark, again put here cells in the row index put I variable, comma, in the column index put 3 dot value, then press enter. Now if this condition is true, the result will be pass here. So here put cells row index is the I variable, comma, column index is 5 because the result is in the 5th column, bracket close, dot value is equal to double quotation pass double quotation, then press enter. Now we have to write here the else statement, because if this condition is not true, then we have to put here another value, that is fail. So here type else, press enter, then put here the code to write fail here, that is cells I comma 5 dot value is equal to double quotes fail, fail double quotes, then press enter. After writing the if statement, we have to close with and if, then press enter. Now after executing this code, we have to increase the value of I by 1 to go to the next cell. So for that, put here I equal to I plus 1. Then to repeat this code, put here loop. Now the code is complete. When you run the code, the result will be given here in the E column. Let me hit on the run button, and here you see all the result is given. When the mark obtained is greater than or equal to the pass mark, the result is given as pass, and when the mark obtained is less than pass mark, the result is given as fail. So this is how we use do while loop in Microsoft Excel VBA. In this chapter, you will learn the do until loop. The do until loop is just the opposite of do while loop. To explain do until loop, I am going to take the same example that was used for do while loop. Here in this first example, I have to apply border in the cell until it finds a blank row here. In case of do while, the border was applied while the cell was not blank, and in case of do until, the border will be applied until it finds a blank cell here. For that, let me go to developer, then Visual Basic. Here I will edit the same code that was used in the previous chapter. Here in this first procedure, the do while loop is used. So let me change this procedure name to do until loop. Here in the condition of loop, the not equal to symbol is used. It means if the value in the cell is not equal to blank, then it will apply border. But in case of do until, we have to change this symbol to opposite. It is not equal to. So remove this not equal to symbol, then make it equal to, because this is a do until condition, and change this do while to until. In this code I have to also update the sheet name, that is chapter 13a. So let me make this chapter 13a. Now if I run this code, the border will be applied here. Let me hit on the run button, and here you see the borders are applied until it finds a blank cell here. This VBA code found the blank cell here in the B7, so it stopped executing the code from the B6 cell, and the border is applied from B1 to B6. So this is how the do until works. Let's go to second example, where I have to calculate the result of the student, and here also the logic will be calculate the result here in this column until a cell is blank here in the A column. It means until a blank cell is found here in the B column, the code should execute. So when a blank cell is here in the A8 cell, the code should execute till A7. So in this logic, the do until works. Go to VBA. Then here in the second code, let me modify this while to until. And here in the do while statement, let's make it a do until. Then we have to change this logic. The not equal to should be changed to equal to in this case. Then the sheet name should be chapter 13. So let me make this chapter 13. Then all the remaining code will be same. Now if you hit on the run button, here you see the result is calculated. So the do until loop is just the opposite of do while loop. You can use any of these two methods for repeating the block of code. In this chapter you will learn how to use the if statements in VBA. I will explain the use of simple if then else, if then else, if else, and IIF statement. For this, let me go here in the chapter 14 sheet, where I have some data. Based on these data, I will explain how to use these if statements. Let's click on developer tab, then Visual Basic. Here I have created a module for if statement. First of all, let's write here a sub procedure for simple if statement. So let me write here sub simple underscore if bracket open bracket close. For example, here I have the detail of full mark, pass mark, and mark obtained of a student in a subject. In the result cell, I have to calculate the result of the student. In this case, I can use the simple if statement. For this, let's write here if space, then put the condition, that is the mark obtained should be greater than or equal to pass mark for the pass result. So here type range. The mark obtained is on the C2 cell, so put here C2 dot value, put the greater than equal to symbol together, then put the cell reference for pass mark, that is the B2 cell. So put here range B2 dot value, give a space, then type then. After this then write the result, that is range D2 dot value equals to double quotation pass double quotation. This is a one line if statement. If you run this if statement, then the result will be given here. Let me hit on the run button. Nothing displayed here in the result, because in this case this condition is not true. The mark obtained is less than pass mark, that is why no result is given. If I change this to 45, go to VBA, then run the code, then I'll get pass here, because in this case this logic is true, that is why the pass is displayed here. So this is the example of one line simple if statement. We can write this simple if statement in another method also. For that, let me create here a new sub procedure. Sub simple underscore if one bracket open bracket close, press enter. Now here write the if statement, that is if range C2 dot value is greater than equal to range B2 dot value, then after writing this, then press enter. Then in the second line write the code to execute, that is range d2 dot value equals to pass. This first line of code will check whether the value in the mark obtained is greater than or equal to pass mark or not. Then if it is true, then it will display the result pass in the D2. After writing the second code, then press enter. Then type and if. Press enter. So this is another method of writing the simple if statement. Let me delete this result from here. Then run this second sub procedure. Here you see the result is given as pass. So this is another method of writing the simple if statement. Let's look into another type of if statement, that is if then else. Go to this chapter 14 sheet again. Now here let me change this number to 38 and delete this result from here. Go to Visual Basic, then run the code again. In this case no result is given here. So to display here another result if this condition is not true, then we have to use if then else statement. For this let me create here a new sub procedure, sub if underscore then underscore else, bracket open bracket close, press enter. Now just copy this code from here, copy and paste. After this second line of code we have to now insert here else statement, else, then press enter. Now here write the code if this logic is not true. In another word, if the mark obtained is less than pass mark, then we have to display the result of fail here. So after this else statement, write the code that is range d2 dot value is equal to fail. Now if you run this code, either pass or fail will be written here in the result. Let me hit on the run button. This time I got the result of fail here because the mark obtained is less than pass mark. If I make it 55, then again run the code, the result of pass is given here. So the use of if then else statement is to display one value if the condition is true and display another value if the condition is false. Next type of if statement is if then else if else. If then else if else is used when we have more than two conditions. Here in the second example, I have some locations and the transportation cost detail. The requirement here is to find out the cost category based on the condition given here. If the cost of transportation is greater than equal to 4,000, the cost category is high. If the cost is greater than equal to 2,000, the cost category is medium, and if it is less than 2,000, then the cost category is low. So in this case we have multiple conditions to check. For that we use this if then else if else statement. Let's go to developer Visual Basic and then create here a new sub procedure, sub if underscore then underscore else if underscore else, bracket open bracket close. Let me decrease the size of this VBA window. Here in this H2 cell I have to calculate the category of the transportation cost based on these conditions. So here the code will be, start with the if statement, if range g2 dot value. Now check for the first condition, that is value in g2 cell is greater than equal to 4,000. So put here greater than equal to 4,000, then press enter. Now write the code for result, that is range h2 dot value equal to double quotation high, double quotation, then press enter. Now for the another condition, use the else if statement. So here put else if space range G2 dot value, the second condition is greater than equal to 2000. So put here greater than equal to 2000. Then press enter. Now write the code to execute if this logic returns true. That is range h2 dot value equal to medium. Press enter. Now for the last condition we have to use the else statement here. So put here else, press enter. Then put the code to execute if both of these two conditions fails. That is the cost category will be low. So here put range h2 dot value equals to low. Press enter. Then close the if statement by putting end if. Press enter. Now if you run this code, the cost category will be displayed here in the H2 cell by checking multiple conditions. Let me hit on this run button. Here you see the cost category is given as low because the transportation cost is 787. Let me change this number to 2880. Go to VBA again, then run this code. This time I got the cost category is medium. To display the cost categories for other locations, you can combine either of do while or do until loop here in this procedure. If you haven't watched the do while or do until loop, then watch the chapter 12 and chapter 13 video tutorial. Then you will learn combining the do while or do until loop to repeat the code for other locations. The next type of if statement is the IIF statement. This IIF statement is a short version of this if then else statement. For this, let me go to chapter 14 sheet, go to developer, Visual Basic, create a new procedure for IIF statement, sub IIF underscore statement, bracket open, bracket close, press enter. Let me delete this result in this cell. To calculate the result of either pass or fail here in this cell, we can use the IIF statement. For this, the code will be range d2 dot value is equal to, then put the IIF statement here, that is IIF open bracket. In the expression we have to put the logic, that is the mark obtained should be greater than equal to pass mark. So here put range c2 dot value, this should be greater than equal to range b2 dot value. This is the logical expression. Now put a comma in this true part, or if the result of the logic is true, then we have to display pass. So here put double quotation pass double quotation, put a comma. In the false part, or if the result of this logic is false, then we have to display fail. So here put double quotes fail double quotes, close bracket, then press enter. Now if you run this code, the result will be given here. Let me hit on the run button and here you see the result is given. Let me change this to 30, then again run the code. This time the result is given as fail. So this is how we use the IIF statement. So this is all about using different kind of if statements in VBA. In this chapter you will learn what is message box in VBA. I will cover these 4 topics. These are simple message box with title, message box with icons, and message box with buttons and setting the default button. First of all, let's understand what is message box in VBA. Suppose that if you are developing a invoice software in VBA, and when the user clicks on cancel invoice button, if you want to display a message pop-up to reconfirm the delete operation, in that case you can use the message box. To confirm the cancellation of invoice, user can click on yes, and to cancel the cancel operation, user can click on no. So that is an example of message box. First of all, let's learn how to display a simple message box in VBA. For that, let me go to developer tab, then Visual Basic. Here I have created this message box module. First of all, create a sub procedure sub message underscore box, open and close bracket, press enter. Now to display a simple message box, put msgbox, put a space, then double quotation. Inside the double quotation, write the message that you want to display. Here I am writing, welcome to learning VBA, double quotation close. Now if you run this code, a message box will pop up where the message of welcome to learning VBA will be displayed. Let me hit on the run button. Here you see a message box displays with a text welcome to learning VBA. So in this way we create a simple message box. The another topic is message box with title. In this we will display a title in the message box. Here in this message box, the default title is given as Microsoft Excel. If you want to change this title, then you can again go to VBA. For that, put a comma here, put another comma to go to this title parameter, and here type double quotation VBA double quotation. Now if you run this code, this VBA will be given in the title. Let me hit on the run button. Here you see, instead of Microsoft Excel, the VBA is given. So this is called a message box with title. The third topic is message box with icons. If you want to display an icon here in the message box, then you can write the additional codes. For that, click on OK. Now here let me change this text that will be shown in the message box, which is, do you want to learn VBA? Here I'll put a question mark. Remove this title part, then put here a comma. Here you can see different options for the message box. Scroll it down, then choose this VB question option by double clicking. Now click on the run button. Here you can see in the message box an icon of question mark is given. Similarly, if you choose here another option, for example VB exclamation, then run the code. Here you see an icon of exclamation mark is given in the message box. So in this way we can put different icons in message box. The next one is message box with buttons. Currently in this message box we have only one button, that is OK button. If you want to display here yes or no button, then again go to VBA. Then here in this type of message box you can choose VB yes no option, which is given here, VB yes no. Double click on this. If you want to display the icon also along with yes no button, then here you can put the plus symbol, then choose VB question option. Let's take this VB question by double clicking. Now if you run this code, here you see a message box is displayed which has two buttons, that is yes no, and the question mark also is given with the text. Similarly, you can try other options that is available here in the message box type. Let's try another option, that is VB yes no cancel. In this case you will get three buttons. Let me click on VB yes no cancel, then click on the run button. Here you see there are three buttons, yes, no and cancel. This time no icon is given because I haven't set any icon here. To set the icon you can use the plus symbol, then choose the icon type from the list. The next topic is setting up the default button. Currently if you run this message box, the default button is set as yes button. Here you can see in the yes button the blue border is given. It means the default is selected as yes. If you want to change the default button to a different one, suppose if you want to put the default button in the cancel button, in that case you can again go to VBA, put the plus symbol, then choose the default button property, which is given here VB default button 3. It means the third button will be given as default. Let me click on this default button 3, then run the code. Here you see the default button is selected as cancel button. Here you can see the blue border is given in the cancel. If you want to set this no button as default button, go to VBA again, then change this 3 to 2, then run the code, and the default button is set as no. So in this way we can display different types of message box in VBA. In the next chapter we will learn how to interact with the user response in VBA message box. It means when the user clicks on any of the button here, then how to respond with the click. Like if the user clicks on yes button, then we have to run a code. If user clicks on no button, we have to run a different code. If the user clicks on cancel, then we have to run a different code. So the next chapter will be interacting with the user response in VBA message box. In this chapter you will learn how to interact with user response in VBA message box. For that, let me go to developer tab, then Visual Basic. Here I have created this message box module. First of all, let's create the sub procedure sub msg underscore box underscore response. Bracket open, close, press enter. First of all, we have to define the variable for the result of the message box. So here put dim result is integer. Press enter. Then set the value for the result variable, that is result equals to msgbox open bracket. Then put the prompt for the message box, and that is, for example, double quotes, do you want to learn Excel? This is the prompt, double quotation. Then put a comma. Here let me select a VBS no type. Then add the question mark style. So put here BB question. Put a comma. In the title, let me put here double quotes MS Excel double quotes. Then close the bracket. Press enter. Now this code will display a message box with the text, do you want to learn Excel? Where you will have two options to choose. One is yes and the another is no. If the user clicks on yes button, we have to run a code, and if the user clicks on no button, then we have to run a different code. For that we have to now combine the if statement. If result equal to VBS, then now write the code that you want to run when the user clicks on yes. For this, let me put here msgbox space double quotes. Congratulations, your name is registered in the list, double quotation, comma, then choose BB information type, then press enter. Write the else statement, then put the code that you want to run if the user clicks on no button, that is msgbox space double quotation, please contact us if you want to learn, double quotation, comma, choose BB information type, then press enter. Close the if statement with and if. Now if you run this code, first a message box will be displayed with the text, do you want to learn Excel? There you will have buttons to respond, that is yes and no button. When you click on yes button, a message box will be displayed with this text, and if you click on the no button, another message box with this text will be displayed. Let me click on the run button. Here you see a message box is displayed which is asking you, do you want to learn Excel? And here you have two options, yes, no. If you click on the yes button, here you see, congratulations, your name is registered in the list. Let me run the message box again. This time let me click on the no button. Here you see a different message box is displayed which has a text, please contact us if you want to learn. So in this way we can interact with the user response in VBA message box. In this chapter you will learn what is input box in VBA and how to use it. Input box in VBA is used for getting the information from the user. Suppose that if you want to ask the user what is your age, then to get the age value from user, you can use the input box. First of all, let me show you the basic example of input box. For that, let me go to Visual Basic, create the sub procedure sub input underscore box, open close bracket, press enter. To display the input box, here type input box, give a space. In this prompt parameter, put the information or question that you want to ask with the user. For that, type double quotation. Then for example, I'm putting here, what is your age, double quotation, then put a comma. In the title, you can put the title of the input box. Let me write here age, then put a comma. In this default parameter, you can set up the default value of the age. Suppose that if you want to put 18 as a default age, then you can put here 18, then give a comma. In this XPOS or YPOS, you can define the location of input box that appears in the screen. It is X position and Y position. Suppose that, let me put here 400 points in the X position and 700 points in the Y position. These other parameters, help file and context, are not very much important, so you can skip them. Now press enter. If you run this code, you will get an input box. Let's click on the run button. Here you see our input box appears here in this position of the screen. If you don't set the XPOS and YPOS parameter, then the input box will appear at the mid of the screen. Let me click on OK, then remove these X position and Y position parameters, then click on the run button. Here you see the input box appears in the default location, and the default value of input box is given is 18. If you don't keep this 18 in the code, let me remove this, then run the code. Here you see the default value is given is nothing. Only the input box is given where the question is given, what is your age. Here I have the spelling mistake, so let me correct this, then run the code. Here you see what is your age. Here you can put the age value, then click on OK. Let me write here 25, then click on OK. Nothing happens because no further code is written here. For that, let me select this chapter 17 sheet, go to VBA. Suppose that if I want to put the age value here in the A1 cell, then I have to write further codes here. First of all, I need to define the variable. So here in the first line of code, define the variable that is dim age integer. Press enter. Now here put age equal to input box, then here open a parenthesis, then at the end close the parenthesis. Now press enter. Now to put the value of age here in the A1 cell, write here range A1 dot value equal to, then put this variable name that is age. So here type age, then press enter. Now run the code. Here you see the input box is given which is asking for the age. Now put here the age. Let me write here 30, then click on OK. Here you see 30 is written here in A1 cell. So this is the basic example of using the input box in VBA. Let me create here another sub procedure for another example of using input box. For that, let me create here sub input underscore box1, open close bracket, press enter. Here I am going to define the variable that is dim qualification age string. The next variable is dim age integer. Now use the input box to get the value for this qualification variable. For that, put here qualification is equal to input box, open parenthesis. In the prompt, write here double quotation, what is your qualification, question mark, double quotation, comma. In the title, let's write here double quotes, qualification, double quotes, then close bracket, press enter. For the age variable also use the input box. So put here age equal to input box, open bracket. In the prompt, write double quotes, what is your age, question mark, double quotes, comma. In the title, let's write here double quotes, age, double quotes, close bracket. Now press enter. Now this will display two input box asking the user to enter their qualification and age. Now suppose that if you are getting the information to decide whether the user is eligible for a program, and the condition to be eligible in the program is the user's qualification must be MBA and the age should be greater than 30 years. In that case, you can use here the if and statement to check for multiple conditions. So here put if qualification equals to MBA and age is greater than 30, then press enter. Now if both of these two condition meets, then the user is eligible for the program. So here write MSG then in the prompt type double quotation, congratulations, you are eligible in the program. Put a comma. In the type of the message box, let's select VB information. Press enter, then write the else statement. If both of these two conditions doesn't meet, then the user is not eligible in the program. So here write MSGBOX space double quotation, you do not meet the criteria, please try next time, double quotation, comma, then choose the VB information type, then press enter. Close the if statement with and if. Now if you run this code, you will get two input box. One input box will ask you for the qualification, another will ask you for the age. If you put the qualification that is equal to MBA and the age that is greater than 30, then you will get the message box which says congratulations, you are eligible in the program. But if you put the values that doesn't meet these criteria, then you will get a different message box that is you do not meet the criteria, please try next time. Let me click on the run button. Here you see the first input box displayed, what is your qualification. Let me write here MBA, click OK. Next input box displayed, what is your age. Here let me write 28, then click on OK. Here you see you do not meet the criteria, please try next time, because the second condition was not fulfilled. The second condition was the age should be greater than 30, but I put the age 28 and that is why I got this message box. Let me click on OK, then again run the code, then write here MBA in the qualification, click OK, and in the age let me write 35, then click on OK. Here you see congratulations, you are eligible in the program. So in this way we can use the input box in VBA. In this chapter you will learn the types of error in VBA code and the methods of handling the errors. First of all, let's look into the types of error. In VBA there are basically two types of error. One is the compile error and the another is runtime error. First of all, let's look into the compile error. For that, let me click on this chapter 18 sheet. Click on Visual Basic. Here I have already created this module. First of all, create the sub procedure, that is sub space types underscore of underscore error, open close bracket, then press enter. The compile error in VBA occurs when you do mistake in the VBA language or in the syntax of VBA language, and if you miss some necessary element of the code. Let me show you this practically. Here let me write this code, which is range a1 dot value equal to VBA. Now if I run this code, I'll get the compile error. Here you see the compile error is given. The potential cause of error is given here, that is expected list separator or closing bracket, because I have missed to put the closing bracket. After this double quotation, click on OK. Then click here, include the closing bracket after the double quotation. Now if you run the code, here you see VBA is written in A1 cell. So if you do mistake in the VBA language or in the syntax, you will get the compile error. The next cause of compile error is if you miss some necessary element in the code, then you will get that error. For this, let me write here a if statement. If range A1 dot value equal to VBA. After the if statement, I must include then or go to. If I press enter without using the then here, then I'll get the compile error. And here you see expected then or go to is given. Click on OK. Put then after if statement. Press enter. This time no error message is given. So these are the cause of getting the compile error in VBA. If you want to disable the error pop-up, then you can go to the Tools tab, click on Options, click on Editor tab, then deselect Auto Syntax Check option, then click on OK. In this case, if you do a mistake in the code, then you will not get the error message pop-up, but the code will change to red color. Here you see the code changed to red because in the if statement, then is not included. If I include then after the if, here you see the red color changed to black color. It means the code doesn't have any error. If you do error in the syntax, press enter. Here you see the color will change to red, from which you should understand there is a mistake in the code. If you want to enable error message pop-up, then again you can go to Tools tab, Options, select this Auto Syntax Check, then click on OK. After enabling Auto Syntax Check, if you do mistake, then the error message will pop up. The another type of error that you get while writing VBA code is the runtime error. Runtime error will pop up after you run the code. There are different causes of getting the runtime error. The most common cause of getting the runtime error are the type mismatch, division by 0, etc. Let me show the runtime error practically. For this, let me create here a new sub procedure, that is sub run underscore time underscore error, open close bracket, press enter. First of all, let me define here a variable, that is dim I as integer. Here I have defined this I variable as a numeric data type. Now let's set the value for I variable, that is I equal to range A1 dot value. Let's write here further code, that is range A2 dot value equal to I variable multiplied with 200. Now if I run this code, I'll get a runtime error because in this case there is a type mismatch between the variable and value for the variable. The variable is set as numeric data type, but the value for the variable is a text data type because in A1 cell there is a text data. Let's hit on the run button. Here you see the runtime error message box is given and the cause of the error is type mismatch. Click on the debug button to see where the error is. Here you see the error code is highlighted. If you put the numeric value here in the cell A1, for example 20, then run the code, this time you will not get the error message because this code doesn't contain any error. So that was the first cause of getting runtime error. The second cause of getting the runtime error is the division by 0 error. For this, let me write here further codes, that is range A4 dot value equal to range A2 dot value divided by range A3 dot value. In this case, we don't have any value here in the A3 cell. So when the code try to divide this 4000 by 0, then it will throw a runtime error message. Let's run this code. Here you see the runtime error message is given and the cause of error is division by 0. Click on this debug tab. Here you see this line of code is highlighted. It means this code has error because this code is trying to divide a number from 0. If you put here a value in the A3 cell, then go to VBA and run the code. This time the code will execute because there is no any error. So that was about the two types of error that we get while writing the VBA code. Now let's look into how to handle the errors. Basically there are two types of error handling method. One is on error resume next statement and another is on error go to a specific label. First let's look into on error resume next statement. For this let me create here a new sub procedure, that is sub space error underscore handling, bracket open bracket close. Let me delete these previous values from here. Let's write here some line of codes. Now let's run this code step by step by pressing the F8 key. Here you see the first code is executed and 500 is written here in the A1 cell. Let's press the F8 key again. In this case the runtime error message box is displayed because there is a division by 0 error. Click on the debug tool. Here you see this code is trying to divide the value in A1 cell from the value in A2 cell. The A2 cell doesn't have any value or the 0 value. That is why the division by 0 error is displayed. In this case the runtime error will prevent the further codes from running. In this case we can skip the code that has error and resume executing all the remaining codes by using the on error resume next error handler. To use on error resume next statement, click at the sub procedure name, press enter, then type here on error resume next. Now when VBA finds an error, then it will skip this error code, then start executing the remaining codes. For this let me first stop this code, then run the code. Here you see the further code is executed by skipping this code that has error. So this is the first method of handling the error. The second method of handling the error is by using on error go to statement. For that let me disable this on error resume next code by putting the single quotation before it, then press enter, then use here on error go to statement. Then we have to put the label name, that is for example ABC. It means when VBA finds an error, then it will go to this ABC label. For this we have to create here the ABC label below the code. For this let me click here and create this ABC label. For that put ABC, then put the colon symbol. You can give here any other name for the label, then press enter. Now while executing the code, when VBA finds the error, then it will jump to this specific label by skipping all the remaining codes here. Let me write here the code, that is msgbox space double quotation. This code has an error, double quotation. Now what happens is when you run this code, when this error is found, it will jump to this specific label and start executing the code written here in this label. For this, first of all let me delete the values from here. Go to VBA, then use the step into tool for step by step execution of the code. For that press F8 key in the keyboard. Here you see the first line of code is selected. When you press F8, 500 is written here in this A1 cell. Press F8 again, and here you see it jumps into this ABC label because it found error here in this code. Press F8 again, and here you see a message box is displayed which says this code has an error. So that was all about the types of error you get in VBA code and the methods of handling the error. In this chapter I am going to show you the three types of debugging windows in VBA. These are the locals window, watch window and immediate window. First of all, let's see what is locals window. Locals window in VBA is used for looking the value of variable at every step of code execution. For that, let me click on the chapter 19 sheet, click on developer tab, then Visual Basic. Here I have created this module and this SOP procedure where I have defined two variables. These are ABC and V variable. I have set the value of ABC variable as 15 and I have used here a for loop statement to write the value here in the column A. To enable the locals window, click on the view tab and click on this locals window option. At the bottom of the VBA window, you can see the locals window is given. In this window, you can see the value of variables at every step of code execution. Let's execute this code step by step by using the step into tool. For that, click on the debug tab where you have the step into. The shortcut key is F8. So click on step into. The first line of code is selected and in the locals window you can see the variables are listed. These are the ABC and V. Currently the value of the variable is given as 0. Now press F8 key to go to the next line of code. Here you see this code is selected. After executing this code, the value of variable will be given here. Press F8. Here you see the value of ABC variable is given as 15. Press F8 again. Now the value of B variable is given as 1. Press F8 and you see in the locals window the value of variable changes at every step of code execution, and in the sheet also you can see the values are written. So the locals window in VBA is used for looking the value of variable at every step of code execution. The next type of window is the watch window. You can enable the watch window by going to Visual Basic, click on the view tab, then click on watch window. Here you can see the watch window is added. The use of watch window is to see the value of some specific variable. Suppose that in your code you have used 10 variables. Out of the 10 variables, if you want to watch few only, for example, if you want to watch the B variable only, then you can add this B variable here in the watch window. For that, select this B variable, right click on mouse, then click on this add watch option. Click on OK, and here you see the B variable is added in the watch list. If you want to add another variable in the watch, then you can select the variable name, right click and then click on add watch. Here in the watch window, you can see the value of the specific variable at every step of code execution. So this is the use of watch window. The next window is the immediate window. To enable the immediate window, click on the view tab, then click on immediate window. Here you see the immediate window is added. The use of immediate window is to test a code without altering the main code. Suppose that if you want to test this code here, which is msgbox space 2 multiplied with 5. Now if you want to test this code, you can simply press enter and here you see the message box is displayed with the result of 10. Click on OK. Similarly, if you want to test what will be the result of B variable at this step of code execution, then you can test it here in the immediate window. Here you can put question mark B variable multiplied with 200. Then press enter and here you see the result of this is given here. At this step of code execution, the result of V variable multiplied with 200 is 1800 because currently the value of the V variable is 9 and 9 multiplied with 200 is 1800. So in the immediate window, we can test the codes without altering the main code. So these are all about the three types of debugging windows in VBA, which are the locals window, watch window and immediate window. In this chapter, I am going to show you what is user form in VBA. You will learn how to make or design the user form for data entry. First of all, let's understand what exactly is user form. User form in VBA is a custom form that can be used for entering the data or creating the application. User form is a graphical interface where the user has multiple options to interact with the workbook. Let me show you some examples of user form that is already created. For this, let me go here in this invoice or bill entry Excel workbook where I have this button. When I click on this button, here you see a user form is activated. This is a user form created by using VBA where you have multiple options to input the data like the bill number, bill date, customer name, bill type, bill amount. After putting the information here, you can click on the add button to add the record in Excel sheet. By using the update button, you can update the record. By using the delete button, you can delete the record, and by using the export button, you can export the data to a new Excel sheet. So this is a sales bill entry form created by using VBA user form. Let's look into another example. Here I have the inventory management template. When I click on this button, here you see a mini application for inventory management is opened. This application is also created by using the user form in VBA. Let's learn how to make or design the user form for data entry. I am going to create here a user form to track the details of personal income and expenses. For this, click on the Developer tab, then Visual Basic. To insert the user form, click on the Insert tab, then click on this User Form option. Here you see a interface for creating the user form is given. Let me maximize the VBA window size by clicking here. And this is the toolbox. In the toolbox, you can see different control buttons. By using these control buttons, we create the graphical interface here in the user form. If you see in the user form, here you see the caption of user form is given as user form 1. If you want to put here a different text, then you have to click on the user form, click on the view tab, then click on properties window. This will open the properties of the user form. To change the display title of the user form, you have to go to the caption option, then change the caption here. Let me write here income and expenses tracker. Now here in the user form you can see income and expenses tracker is given. The name of the user form is given as user form 1. This name will be used while writing the code, and this caption is just to display the heading or the title of the user form. Keep this properties window here in this place. If you want to see how does this form looks like, you can click on this run button, and here you see this is the user form which doesn't have anything yet. We have to design the interface here. Close the user form by using this close button, then it will go to this VBA window again. If you want to increase or decrease the size of the user form, you can put the mouse pointer at the corner of the user form, click and hold, then drag it. Then the size of the user form will be increased. Click on the run button. Here you see this is the actual size of the user form. Now to create the interface of entering the data of income and expenses, first of all let's create the fields for entering the data. To create here a label, click on this label option, then click on the user form. This created this label 1. To change the name here, go to the properties window, and here in the caption, change the label name as date. Now click here. Here you see date is given. To adjust the size, you can move your cursor over here, then drag it to adjust the size. Now to enter the date, here you have to create a text box. For that, go here in the toolbox, then select this text box option, then click on the user form. This created this text box. To change the position of this text box in the user form, you can move your pointer at the edge of the text box, then click and hold, then drag it over here, then drop it, and here you see the position of the text box is changed. In this text box, we will enter the date. After creating the first label and text box, you can simply copy and paste this. To copy this, first you have to select. To select, click over here, then hold the click, then drag the mouse pointer. Here you see the dotted line appears. After covering the text box and label by the dotted line, release the click. Now both of these are selected. Right click on it, copy, Right click over here, then click on paste. Here you see the label and text box is duplicated. Now you can drag it and adjust the position over here. To change the caption, click on the label, go to the caption option in the properties, then change this to income slash expenses. Following the same method, create other fields for entering the details of income and expenses. After creating all the fields required for entering the data, now let's test the user form by clicking on the run button. Here you see our user form looks like this. Here we have to do some adjustment because this income and the expenses category is not properly visible. So close the user form and edit this. Let's change the position of this text box by dragging this to right this way. Also drag this text box to right this way. If you want to increase the font size of the labels, you can select all the labels. Then go here in the font option in the properties. Then take a larger font size. Then click on OK. And here you see the font size is increased. Let's run the user form. The font size is now increased. If you write something here in the text boxes, the font size in the text box is small. To increase the font size of the text box as well, you can again go to the user form, select all the text box. You can select multiple text box together by holding the control key in the keyboard. After selecting all the text box, go to the font option, then take here a larger font, then click on OK. Deselect the text box by clicking here, then run the user form. Here you see now when you write something in the text box, the font size is increased. Close the user form. After the user enters the data here in these fields, then we have to submit the data to the Excel workbook. For that, we have to create here a submit button. To create a button in the user form, go to the toolbox. Then here you have an option that is command button. Click on the command button. Then click on the user form. This has created this command button 1. Drag and drop it here. To change the caption of the command button, go to the caption option in the properties window. Then right here submit. Go to the font option and take here the font size of 10. Click on OK. To change the color of the submit button, you can go to this back color option. Click on this. Click on palette. Then here you can choose a color for submit button. Let me take this green color for the submit button. Let's create here another button to update the record. For this, let me copy this button, then paste it, drag and drop it here, then change the caption as update. Change the color of this button by going to back color property. Let me take this blue color for the update button. Let's create here another button to delete the transaction. For this, select the button, press Ctrl C in the keyboard to copy. Click here, then press Ctrl V. The duplicate is created. Adjust the position, then change the caption as delete. Change the back color to red color. Let's create here one more button to clear the data that is put here in the box. For that, let me copy this, paste it, put it over here, go to the caption, then make it clear, go to the back color property, then choose this yellow color. Now the buttons are created. You can adjust the button position by simply click, hold, drag and drop. Let's run the user form by clicking on the run button. Now our user form looks like this. If you want to keep a combo box drop down here in the expenses category, from which you can select the category by using the drop down, then you can change this to a combo box. For that, close the user form, select this text box, delete this, then go to the toolbox, then click on the combo box, click on the user form. Here you see a combo box is created. Simply drag and drop it here in this position. Here you see a combo box is created. By using this combo box, you can choose the expenses category by clicking on this button. Let's run the user form. Here you see you can click on this button to activate the list. Here the list is blank because we haven't added any list in the expenses category. After adding the items in the combo box, then we can select a category from the list. Let's see how to change the background color of the user form. To change the background color, click on the user form, then go to this back color property, go to the palette, and here you can choose a color that you want to use in the background. Let me take this color. Click on the user form, then run the user form. Now your user form will look like this. To change the color, you can close this. Again, go to the back color property, then take here a different color. Select the user form, then run it. And here you see the color of the user form is changed. And if you see here, the background color of the label is still the white color. If you want to change this white color to the form's background color, then close the user form, select these labels, then go to this back color option, go to palette and change the color from here, this one. Then click on the user form, then run it. Now the background color of the label is same with the background color of the user form. So this is how we design a user form in VBA to enter the data. In this user form, let me enter a record. In the date field, let me write February 16, 2025. In the income and expenses, I'll put expenses. In the expenses category, we have to create a drop down, which we will do later. In the amount, let me write 230. In the remarks, I'll write household goods purchase. After I enter the details here, when I click on the submit button, nothing happens. When I click on the update button, nothing happens. These buttons are not doing anything. To make these buttons functional, we have to write the VBA code. In this chapter, I am going to show you how to write the VBA code for the submit and clear button of the user form. In previous chapter, we learned creating the user form for data entry. Let me show you the user form that was created by going to the Visual Basic. Here you see this is the user form we created in the last chapter. Let me click on this user form, then run it. Here you see the user form is activated. Let me put here some dummy values. Then click on the submit button. Nothing happens because no code is written for the submit button. If I click on the clear button, nothing happens because no code is written for the clear button. So in this video, I'll show you how to write the code for submit and clear button so that the values in these text box and combo box will go in the Excel sheet. Let's get started. First of all, create a sheet for submitting the data of user form. For that, let me rename this chapter 21 sheet and put the name is database. In this sheet, the data will be submitted. Now put here the column headers required for the data. After making these column headers required, then go to Developer tab, Visual Basic. Then open the user form here. Click on the user form. First of all, you have to rename the text box, combo box and the button's name. To see the name, click on any text box, right click, then click on properties. Here you see the name of this text box is given as text box 1. If you click on this second one, it is text box 2. If you click on the button, it is given as command button 1. While writing the VBA code, these default names may create confusion because we may not know this command button 1 is referring to which button. So you can put here a relevant name. For example, I'm deleting this name and putting here btn underscore submit. For this update button, let's put the name as button underscore update. Similarly, for the delete button, put the name of btn underscore delete. And for the clear button, btn underscore clear. Similarly, for these text box and combo box, put the relevant name. Here you can put tb underscore date. For income expenses, put the name as tb underscore income expenses. For expenses category, this is a combo box, so put here cmb underscore category. For the amount, it is tb underscore amount, and for the remarks, it is tb underscore remarks. The next thing you have to check is the tab index order of each control buttons. To check the tab index, click on this first text box, scroll down this properties window, and here you see the tab index is given as 1. It means when you initialize the user form, the first selection will be the date text box. Check the tab index of another text box, which is given as tab index 3. So in this case, we have to change this to tab index 2. So let me change this to 2, so that when the tab key is pressed, the second selection will be this text box. Check the third one. The tab index is given as 13, so make it 3. For the amount, change the tab index to 4. For the remarks, make the tab index of 5. You can also put the tab index for these buttons, so that when you press the tab key in keyboard, the selection will move on sequence. For that, click on the submit button and change this tab index to 6. For update, it will be 7. For delete, it is 8. And finally, for the clear button, the tab index is 9. After setting up the tab index, now if you run this user form, here you see the first selection is in the date field. If you press the tab key in keyboard, here you see the cursor moves to the second text box. When you press tab key, it goes to third, and when you keep on pressing tab key, here you see that selection goes on sequence. After setting up the relevant name and the tab index for each control buttons, now let's start writing the code for the submit button. To write the VBA code for submit button, double click on this submit button, which will open this coding window for the submit button. Here you see private sub button underscore submit, click. Now here we have to write the code to send the information of user form to the Excel sheet. First of all, we have to define here the sheet where the data will be sent. To define the worksheet for sending the data, write this code here. dim sh is worksheet. Press enter. Now set up the value for this sh variable. So put here set sh equal to this workbook dot sheets open bracket double quotation, then put the sheet name, that is database. So put here database double quotation bracket close. Now press enter. The next thing we have to identify here is the last row which has the data, because every time we submit the record from the user form, we have to identify what is the last row that has the data in the sheet. After identifying the last row of the data, then we have to enter the data in one row below the last row. For example, currently this row number 1 has the data, and when we send the information from user form, the information should be entered here in the row number 2. When there is data till row number 2, then the information should be filled in the row number 3. For that, we have to now define here the last row variable. So put here dim last row, or you can also write here lr only to make it short. dim lr age long, press enter. Then define the value for the lr variable by using the count a function. So put here lr equal to application.worksheet function dot count a open parenthesis. In this argument 1 of the count a function, provide this column a of the database sheet, which is given by sh dot range double quotation, then put column a to a double quotation, bracket close, bracket close. This sh variable is referring to this database sheet, because here we have created this sh variable to reference this database sheet. Now this code will identify the last row that has the data. Press enter. Let me show you here how does the count a function works. In this cell, let me use count a open bracket, then select this column a, close bracket and press enter. Here you see the last row that has the data is row number 1. If I add here more records, in this case the last row that has the data is row number 5. So this line of code will keep on identifying the last row every time a new record is submitted. Let me delete these values for now. Go to VBA again. Now to send the data of this date field here in the A2 cell, we have to write the code in this way. sh dot range double quotation column a double quotation, and then put here this lr variable lr plus 1. This plus 1 is because we have to go to the next cell from the cell where there is data. Currently we have data in the row number 1, so we have to go to this row number 2 to put the data from the user form. So this plus 1 is given here. Now close bracket, dot value equal to, then put here me dot tb date, select the text box name for the date, dot value. Now press enter. Now this code will put the value in this date text box here in the A2 cell. Let's test this code by going here in the user form 1, run this user form, put here a date, for example March 2nd 2025. Now if I click on this submit button, here you see the date is put here in this cell. If I click on the submit button again, here you see the second record is submitted. If I click on this, the record keeps on submitting to the sheet. Close the user form, then delete these values. Go to Visual Basic, double click on this submit button. Now here we have to write the code by following the same method for other columns. Now for the second column, you can simply copy this code, Ctrl C to copy, Ctrl V to paste, then just change this column reference to column B and change this text box date to the another text box, that is me.tb income expenses dot value. Press enter. Now for the remaining 3 columns, create here a copy of these codes 3 times, then simply change this column reference to column C. For the expenses category, there is a combo box, so here we have to use me dot combo box category dot value. For the amount column, change this column reference to column D and change the text box to me dot tb amount dot value. For the last column, change this to column E and the text box name to me.tb remarks dot value. After writing these codes to send the data of the user form to sheet, let's go to the user form again. Click on the user form and run it. Here in this user form, if I click on this expenses category combo box, the category list is empty. So we have to add here the category list to select the category name from the list. To add here the category in the combo box, close this user form, then double click on this user form. This will create this user form click sub procedure. Change this click sub procedure to initialize by going here in this drop down, then select the initialize option, and here you see user form initialize sub procedure is created. Just delete this click sub procedure. Now between the user form initialize procedure, we have to write this code to assign the values for the combo box. So the code here will be with me dot combo box category, then press enter, press the tab key, dot add item space, then put here double quotation, then put the first category name, for example household, double quotation, press enter. To add the next expenses category, put here dot add item space, double quotation, let me put here education, double quotation, press enter. Following the same method, you can add here more category items. After adding all the category items in the combo box, now press the backspace key here, then type end with, then press enter. Now if you run the user form, the category combo box will have the items. Let me go to the user form, click on it and run it. Then click on the expenses category combo box. Here you see the items are given, from which you can select the items. Let me add here one record. After entering all the records here, click on the submit button, and here you see the first record is submitted to the sheet. And after submitting the first record to the sheet, the text box should become empty for the second record. To automatically clear this text box for the second record, we have to now write the additional codes. For that, close the user form, then again double click on the submit button, and below this code we have to write the further codes, that is me dot text box date dot value equal to blank. Blank is given by this double quotation twice, then press enter, then put here second text box, that is me dot text box income expenses dot value equal to blank. Here in all these codes you may notice the word me. This me word is actually referring to the user form 1 or the current user form where we are working. So to refer to every text box, combo box or the control buttons of the user form, we have to put this me dot. Now use here me dot combo box category dot value equal to blank, me dot text box amount dot value equal to blank, me dot text box remarks dot value equal to blank. Now this part of the code will clear all the text box and combo box after submitting the record to the sheet. Let's go to the user form again, run the user form, then put here a new record. Now click on the submit button. Here you see the second record is submitted to the sheet and the text box became empty. Now the form is ready for entering the third record. Next is we have to write the code for the clear button, because sometimes when we entered some record here and we may need to clear this record without submitting, in that case we can use the clear button. When we click on the clear button, the text box should become empty without submitting the record. For that, close the user form, then double click on this clear button. This will open the coding window for the clear button. Here you can simply copy and paste this part of the code. Copy this and go here in this clear button procedure, then paste the code here by pressing Ctrl V. Now double click on the user form, then run this user form. write here some values. Then if you have to clear this without submitting, you can click on the clear button, and here you see the box become empty. So in this way we write the VBA code for the submit button and clear button of the user form. In the next chapter we will learn how to display the data in user form using list box, because to use the update and delete buttons we have to first display the record of the sheet here in the user form. So here in the user form we will create a list box where the records will be visible, and by clicking on a specific record we can modify or update it or delete it. In this chapter I am going to show you how to display the data in the user form using the list box. In previous chapter we learned how to write the VBA code for submit and clear button of the user form, and here I am going to show you how to display the data which is here in the sheet in the user form. After displaying the data here in the user form by using list box, then we will write code for the update and delete button. To display the data here in the user form, first of all we have to create here a space for displaying the data. For this, let's increase the size of the user form, which you can do by going here at the corner of the user form, then drag this to right this way. Now the size of the user form is increased. Here in this area we will display the data. To display the data, first of all add here a frame. For that, open the toolbox window by going here, click on the toolbox and select this frame option, then draw the frame over here. To draw it, click, hold, then drag and drop. This way a frame is created. Right click on it, then go to properties, and here change the caption of the frame where you can put data display. Now inside this frame let's add a list box. The list box option is given here in the toolbox, so click on list box and draw the list box inside the frame like this way. Now here in this list box we will display the data. Let me hit on the run button to see how does it look like. Here you see the user form looks like this. In this list box the data of the sheet will be displayed. Let me close this. Now we need to create here a new sub procedure to display the data in the list box. For that, let me go at the end of the code, then create here a new sub procedure which is sub display data, open and close bracket, press enter. Here in this sub procedure, first of all let's define the variable, that is dim ss is worksheet. The next variable to be defined is the last row variable, so put here dim lr is long. Set the value for this ss variable, so put here set ss equal to this workbook dot sheets, open bracket, double quotation, then put the name of the sheet, that is database, double quotation, bracket close, press enter. Now set the value for the lr variable which is given by the countIf function, which you can directly copy from this previously written lr variable value. So select this part of the code, copy this and paste it over here, press enter. Now to display the data in the list box we have to write this code with me.listbox1. This is the name of the list box. Press enter, then press the tab key. Now set up the properties for the list box, that is dot column count. You can choose this from here by double clicking, equal to 5, because we have total 5 columns to display the data. Next is set up the column widths, so put here dot column widths equal to, then put a double quotation, then put the column widths for the first column which is date. We have to put the column widths in points, so let's put here 60 point for the date, semicolon. Then for the income or expenses put 80 points, semicolon. For category, put 80 points again, semicolon. For amount, put 60 points, semicolon. And for the remarks, put 120 points, then double quotation close. Press enter. The next property we have to set up here is the column heads. So type here dot column heads equal to true. Press enter. And finally the last property is the row source. Row source means the source data which we want to display in the list box. So put here dot row source equal to double quotation, then put the name of the sheet, that is database, put the exclamation symbol. Now put the starting cell reference of the data, that is A2 cell, put semicolon, then put here the last column, that is the column E, double quotation. Then we have to use here the LR variable, so put here and LR. This is the row source for displaying the data in the list box. Now press enter. After setting up these properties for the list box 1, now press the backspace key, then type here end with. Now this display data sub procedure will display the data in the list box of user form. After creating this sub procedure, we have to now call this sub procedure here in the user form initialize procedure. So here in this user form initialize procedure, after this end with statement, we have to call this display data. So put here call display data. Now what happens is when the user form is initialized, this sub procedure will run and the data will be displayed in the list box of the user form. Let me go to the user form, click on it and run it. Here you see the data of the sheet is visible here in the user form inside this list box. Let me add here a new record. Now if I click on the submit button, here you see the data is added to the sheet, but it is not visible here in the list box. To automatically update the data here in the list box, as soon as the submit button is pressed, we have to now call this display data sub procedure in the submit procedure also. For that, close this user form, then double click on it, and here in this submit button click, we have to call that display data procedure. So at the end of the code, put here call display data. Now when you click on the submit button, the record will automatically update in this list box. Let me run the user form, then put here a new record. Now when I click on the submit button, here you see the record is updated in the sheet and also displayed in the list box. So in this way we can display the data of the sheet in the user form by using the list box control. After displaying the data here in the list box, now we can select a record, then use the update and delete button to modify the record or delete the record. So in the next chapter, we will learn how to write code for the update button of the user form. In this chapter, I am going to show you how to write the code for the update button of user form. Let me click on the database sheet, go to developer tab, then Visual Basic. Double click on the user form. Here you see the update button is given. The use of this update button is to modify the record. Let me run this user form, and here you see in this list box control, the data of the sheet is displayed here. If you do some mistake in the entry, then you have to modify it. And to modify the record, first we have to double click on the record that we want to edit. And when double clicked, the data will be filled here in this text box and combo box, and we can edit the record here. So before writing the code for the update button, first of all we have to write the code for double click event of the list box, because when we double click on an entry, then it should go here in the text box. And you also need to understand the nature of the list box. In the list box, if you click on the first record, then it will have an index number of 0. If you click on the second record, then it will have the index number of 1. The third record will have the index number of 2 and so on. But if you look in the sheet, for this first record, the row number is 2. Here in the list box, index number is 0. But in the sheet, the row number is 2 for the first record, 3 for the second record. And this list box is only reflecting the data of the sheet. The origin of this data is the sheet. So we have to actually make change here in the sheet. So whatever data we modify will be modified here in the sheet. Then it will be reflected here in the list box. And while writing the code, we will use the index number of every record here. And we will add number 2 with every index number. And when we add number 2 with the index number of this list box, then it will refer to the row number of the sheet. Because for this first record, the index number is 0. And when we add 2 with this index number, then we will get the row number position for this record in the sheet. For this second record, the index number is 1. And when we add 2 with this 1, the result is 3, which will refer to the third row of the sheet. So by taking this thing in account, we will write the code. First of all, let's write the code for this double click event of the list box. So let me close this user form. Then click on this list box and double click on it. Here you see the list box 1 click event is generated. We have to convert this into double click event. So go here in the drop down, then select this double click option. And here you see the double click sub procedure is created. You can delete this click procedure of list box. Now to transfer the values from the selected row of list box to the text box and combo box, we have to write the code in this way. dim sh is oxit. Set the value for sh variable, which is set sh equal to this workbook dot sheets open bracket double quotation, then put the name of the sheet, that is database, double quotation bracket close, press enter. Now we have to define here another variable for the selected index of the list box. So put here dim si is long. This si is the short form of selected index, which is a variable name. Then put the value for this si variable, which is si equal to me dot list box 1 dot list index. So whatever row you select in the list box, the index number of that row will be assigned to this si variable. Now press enter. Now we have to create a validation, because if the user double clicked on the list box without selecting any row, in that case we have to display a message box. So for that, write here if statement. If si is less than 0, it means no record is selected in the list box. Then press enter. To display the message box, write this code msgbox space double quotation. Please double click on a record to update, double quotation, comma, then put here VB information. Press enter. And when the user clicks on the OK button, then we have to exit the sub procedure. So put here exit sub, enter. Then we have to put here and if. This validation will tackle if the user double clicks on the list box without selecting any record. Now to transfer the value of selected index to the text box and combo box, the code will be me dot text box date dot value equal to sh dot range bracket open double quotation, put the column A and si. This means this selected index variable. Then we have to add here +2. This +2 is given here because, as I explained earlier, to refer to the actual row number of the data in the sheet, we have to add 2 with the selected index of list box. Close bracket, then put here dot value. Press enter. Now just select and copy this part of the code. Copy, then here write me dot text box income expenses dot value equal to, then paste the copied code here. Change this column A to column B. Press enter. Similarly, to send the information to the combo box, put here me dot combo box category dot value equal to, paste the copied code, then change this column reference to column C, then press enter. Similarly, for the amount, put here me dot text box amount dot value equal to, then paste the copied code, change this column reference to D, and finally for the last column, put here me dot text box remarks dot value equal to, paste the copied code and change the column reference to column E. Now this part of the code will send the information of the selected row to the text box and combo box. Let me test this code by running the code. Let me double click on a record here. For example, this second record. Let's double click on it, and here you see the record is filled here in the text box and combo box. Now you can edit the record. If you want to change the value, you can go here, then make change in the value this way. Now we need to write code for the update button, because when we click on this update button, this record should be updated or modified. So to write the code for the update button, let's close this user form, then double click on the update button. This will create here a sub procedure for update button click. Here we have to now write the code. For this update button, you can simply copy and paste this part of the code that was written in the double click procedure of the list box. This part can be copied. So select this part of the code, the variable declaration and the validation part you can copy. So select and copy this part, then paste here in the update procedure. Now to update the data of text box and combo box to the sheet, we have to write the code in this way. sh.range, then put here column A reference and the selected index variable plus 2 dot value equal to me dot text box date dot value. Let me explain how does this code will update the record in the sheet. For that, let me go to the user form, then run the user form. When I double click on a record, then it will be filled here in the text box. Now what happens is, when the update button is clicked, the information will go here in the sheet, because this first record has the index number of 0, and when we add 2 with the index number, then it will refer to this second row of the sheet, and when the update button is clicked, the value of these text box and combo box will transfer here in the row number 2 of the sheet. If this second data is selected or double clicked, then it will have the index number of 1, and when we run the code, the information of the text box and combo box will be updated in the row number 3, because we have written plus 2 in the code. So in that way, the code will update the record. Let me close this user form and again go to the update button. Now we have to write here further codes for the remaining columns. Let's copy this part of the code, then make here 4 copies of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now here put equal to me dot text box income expenses dot value. Now change the column reference to column B, change this column reference to column C, column D, and finally column E, and here press equal to, then type here me dot combo box category dot value. Here put equal to me dot text box amount dot value, and in the last code me dot text box remarks dot value. Now this code will update the record. After updating the record, if you want to display a message box, then put here msgbox space double quotation record has been updated double quotation comma, then choose here VB information, then press enter. And before this message box is displayed, we have to refresh the list box. For that, we have to call this display data sub procedure. So put here call display data. Now as soon as the data is updated, the list box will be refreshed and will show the latest data. Now let's test whether the user form is working as expected or not. Double click on the user form, click on the run button. Suppose that if you want to modify this record, then double click on this record, and here you see the data is filled. Let me close this and run the user form again. If you double click on the list box without selecting any record, here you see the message box is displayed which says please double click on a record to update. Click on OK, then double click on the record. Now let me modify this. I'll put here expenses. In the category, let me select education, and in the amount I'll put here 250, and here I'll put purchase of stationery items. Now to update this record in the sheet, simply click on the update button. Record has been updated. Click on OK, and here you see in the sheet the data is updated. Now one thing is remaining, that is we have to clear the text box and combo box after the updating. So for that, let's close this and double click on the update button. Then we have to put here the code for clearing the text box and combo box. That we can do by simply copying the code from here. Just copy this part of the code, copy, then go to this update procedure, and after this code or below this code, paste the copied code. Now this will clear the text box and combo box after updating the record. Let's run it, and here let me double click on this last record. Let me change this expenses category to health and the remarks to medicine. Then click on the update button. Here you see the record is updated. Click on OK, and if you see in the worksheet, the record is updated and the text box has become empty. Now if the user clicks on update button without selecting the record, here you see please double click on the record to update. So in this way we write the code for the update button of the user form. In the next chapter, we will learn writing the code for the delete button of the user form. The delete button is used for deleting a record. Suppose that if you want to delete a specific record from the sheet, then you have to use this delete button. So next chapter will be on writing the code for the delete button of the user form. In this chapter, you will learn how to write the VBA code for the delete button of the user form. For that, let me go to the developer tab, then Visual Basic. Double click on the user form. Here you see the delete button is given. The role of this delete button is to delete a specific record from the sheet. Let me run this user form. Suppose that if I want to delete this third record, then I can simply click on the delete button. Then the record will be deleted from the sheet and updated here in the list box. Let me close this and start writing the code for the delete button. For that, double click on this delete button of the user form. This will open here a sub procedure for the delete button click. For this delete button as well, you can copy some part of the code from the update button. For that, let me go down and here in the update button code, select this part of the code, then copy this code, copy, scroll up, and here in the delete button procedure, paste the copied code. Now below this end if, we have to write the further code for the delete button. First of all, let's create here a delete confirmation message by using the if statement. So the code here will be if msgbox open bracket, in the prompt put the prompt, that is double quotation, do you really want to delete the record, put here question mark, double quotation, put a comma. In the type of the message box, let's take this VB yes no option, VB yes no plus, then put here VB question, this one, close the bracket, then put here equal to, select this VB no option, space, then now press enter. This will display a delete confirmation message box to the user, where the user have two options to choose. One is the yes option and other is no option. If the user clicks on no, then we have to exit the sub procedure. So put here exit sub. Below this, end the if statement by putting here end if. Press enter. Now we have to write the code to run when the user clicks on yes button. That is sh.range double quotation column A double quotation and selected index plus 2 bracket close dot entire row dot delete. This code will delete the selected record of the list box from the sheet. After deleting, we have to now refresh the list box. So for that, call here the display data procedure. So put here call display data, then press enter. Finally, if you want to display a message of record has been deleted, then you can put here msgbox space double quotation record has been deleted double quotation comma, then choose here VB information message box type, then press enter. Let's test the delete button by going to the user form, run the user form. Here let me select this database sheet first and then go to Visual Basic and run the user form. Suppose that if I want to delete this second record, then I have to click on the second record first, then click on the delete button. If I click on the delete button, here you see a confirmation message box is given. Do you really want to delete the record? If I click on no, nothing happens. But if I click on the yes button, then this second record will be deleted from the sheet and will be updated here in the list box. Let me click on yes button. Here you see record has been deleted. Click on OK. Here you see the second record is deleted from the sheet and updated here in the list box. So this is how we write the code for the delete button of the user form. In the next chapter, we will learn how to validate the text box to ensure the proper entry of data, because in this case what happens is if I run the user form, then add here a data. In this case I have missed to input the date here. If I click on the submit button, here you see the data is submitted without the date here. Now when I submit here another record, then this record will be replaced, because due to the gap here in this cell, it will identify this row number 5 as a row to update the data, which will replace this record here. Let me put here a new record. Now if I submit this record, this will replace this row number 5. Let me hit on the submit button. Here you see the row number 5 is replaced because this cell was blank. I missed to enter the date field in the previous record. That is why this error happened here. To overcome this kind of problem, we have to set validation in these text boxes. If any of the text box is empty, then we have to throw a message box to the user mentioning that you have missed to put value in the text box. and when the user puts information in all the text box, then only the submit button will work. In this chapter, I am going to show you how to validate the text box to ensure proper entry of data. For that, let me close this user form, then double click on the user form. Now scroll up and go to this submit procedure, and here at the beginning of the code, we have to write the codes for validating the text box. First of all, to validate the date text box, we have to use here a if statement. So type here if me.textbox_date dot value equal to blank, then press enter. It means when the user clicks on the submit button and the date text box is blank, then we have to throw a message box, that is msgbox space double quotation, please enter the date, then double quotation, put a comma, then choose here VB information type, then press enter. Now when the user clicks on the OK button of the message box, then we have to exit the sub procedure. So put here exit sub, press enter, then close the if statement by putting here end if. Now this code will validate the date text box. The same way we have to validate all the remaining text box. For that, you can simply copy this part of the code and below it paste it by pressing Ctrl V. Now change the text box date to text box income expenses dot value. So make it me.textbox income expenses dot value. Then here change please enter date to please enter income/expenses. Again create a copy of the code by pressing Ctrl V. Change this date to amount and change the date text box to amount text box. Create one more copy of the code, then change this text box date to text box remarks and change this date to remarks. After writing the code here, let's test the code by clicking on the run button. The user form opens. Let me enter here a record by skipping the date. Now if I click on the submit button, here you see a message box is given, please enter the date. I have to now click on OK, then enter the date here, then resubmit the record. Let me put here a date. Then click on the submit button. Now the record is submitted. Similarly, if you forget to enter the information in any of the text box, then the message box will be given. In this case, I have skipped this income and expenses and remarks. If I click on the submit, here you see the message box, please enter the income expenses is given. Click on OK and let me enter here expenses. Then click on submit. Now another message box is given, please enter the remarks, because the remarks text box is blank. Click on OK, put here some remarks, then click on the submit button and the record will be submitted. Here in this example, I haven't validated this expenses category combo box because if the income or expenses is income, then the expenses category will be blank. That is why I haven't validated this. But in your project, if this field is also compulsory, then you can put the validation for this combo box also by following the same method. So this is how we can apply the validations in text box to ensure the proper entry of data. In the next chapter, you will learn how to search data in the list box by using a text box. As you can see in the screen, when I put some value in the search box, then click on the show button, The result matching with this source criteria is displayed. In this chapter, I am going to show you how to source data in the list box using a text box. As you can see in the screen, when I put some value in the text box, then click on the show button, the matching records with the source criteria are displayed in the list box. So in this video, we are going to learn how to do this. Let's get started. Click on the Developer tab, Visual Basic. First of all, we have to create here a source text box and the show button. For that, let me increase the size of the user form. Then put these buttons little downward. Now click on this frame, then increase the size of the frame till here. Now drag this list box little downward, and here in this area create a source text box and a show button. For that, let me go to the toolbox, click on the text box option, then draw a text box here like this. Beside the text box, put here a button by clicking on the command button, then draw a command button here this way, and left to the text box create here a label. So go here in the label option and draw the label here, and in the label name put here source. Click on the label, right click, go to properties, then increase the font size by going here in the font option, then take here a larger font, let's say 11, then click on OK. And here in the command button, change the name by going to the caption and put here so. Then go to the font option and increase the font to 10, then click on OK. Also increase the font size here in the source text box by going here in this font option, then make it 10, OK, and change the name of the text box as tb_source. Close the properties window. Then to write the code for the show button, double click on this show button, which will open this sub procedure for command button 1_click. If you want, you can also change the name of the button as well. So go to the user form, then click on the show button, right click, properties, then change the name as btn_show. Now double click on it to go to the coding. Here you see button_show_click sub procedure is created. Now write here the VBA code to display the values in the list box that matches with the source criteria. First of all, define the required variable names that are dim sh as octet, dim lr as long, dim source value as string, dim I as long. Now set up the value for each variables. Set sh equal to this or book dot seats database, lr equal to application dot worksheet function. Here this worksheet function is not suggested because here I have missed one space for this lr, so let me put here a space. Now when I put here application dot, then I will see this worksheet function option. Double click on this worksheet function dot count a open bracket, then in the argument of the count a function put here sh dot range open bracket double quotation column a to column a double quotation close bracket, then press enter. Now set up the value for the source value variable. So put here source value equal to me dot text box source dot value. Sometimes mistakenly if you put a space before the word in the search bar, then the result may be incorrect. So to overcome that, here you can combine a function, that is the trim function. So use here trim function, trim open bracket, click at the end and close the bracket. Now if the search box hides some unwanted space, then the unwanted space will be removed by this trim function. Now set up the properties for the list box. First of all, clear the previous data of the list box by using this code me.listbox1 dot row source equal to blank. The next property is me.listbox1 dot column count equal to 5. Next property is the column widths. So put here me.listbox1 dot column widths equal to double quotation 60 semicolon 80 semicolon 80 semicolon 60 semicolon 120 double quotation, then press enter. Next is set the column heads property of the list box as false. So put here listbox1 dot column heads equal to false. Below this, set up the column headers for the list box, that is me.listbox1 dot add item space, then put here double quotation date double quotation. This is the first column header for the list box. For the second column header of the list box, write this code me.listbox1 dot list bracket open 0, 1 bracket close equal to, then put the column header, that is double quotation income slash expenses double quotation, press enter. Now copy this code, then paste it here. Change this 1 to 2 for the third column header, and the third column header is category. So put here category. Create here another copy. Change this 1 to 3 for the fourth column header, and change the column header value to amount. Finally paste here one more code, then make this 1 to 4 and the column header is remarks. Press enter. Now we have to set up a validation for the empty search bar. So the validation is if search value equal to blank, then press enter, press the tab key. Then here we have to call the display data procedure, because if the search text box is empty, then we have to populate the entire data of the database in the list box. That is why we have to call this display data sub procedure. And after populating the entire data in the list box, we have to exit this sub procedure. So put here exit sub, press enter, press the backspace key, then end this if statement by putting end if, then press enter. Now when the user puts some value in the search text box, then we have to display the matching results only in the list box. For that, here we have to use the for loop. So put here for I equals to 2 to last row, and we have to apply the search from the second row. That is why this 2 to last row is given. Press enter, press the tab key. Now use here a if statement. So put here if, then use the instr function, instr open bracket, in the start parameter put 1 comma, in this string 1 put the second cell of the first column, that is given by sh dot range column A, and then put the I variable bracket close dot value, then put a comma. In the string 2 parameter put the value that is in the search text box, which is search value, put a comma. And in the method of search, take this bb text compare method, close bracket, then put here is greater than 0 space, then put here or space underscore, then press enter. This code will check for whether the value in the search text box is matching with the second cell of first column. and this for loop will repeat the action till the last row of the first column. Now for the other columns, we can simply copy this part of the code. So select this code from the inString function, select and copy. Then below this, paste the code. Here you have to press the tab key, then paste it, Ctrl V. Now press enter, make a third copy, press enter, fourth copy, and finally fifth copy. Then change the column reference to column B, column C, column D, and column E. Now remove this or underscore part of the last code. Then put here then, because we have used here the if statement, so we have to put here then press enter. Now to fill the matching records only in the list box, we have to write this code: me.listbox1 dot add item space sh.range column A and I dot value. Press enter. me.listbox1 dot list open bracket me.listbox1 dot list count space dash space, then put here 1 comma 1 bracket close equal to sh dot range B and I dot value. Now for the remaining columns, you can simply copy this part of the code, Ctrl C, then make here 3 more copies. Then change this column reference to column C. For this, make it column D and column E. Similarly, you have to change these numbers here. So make this 2, 3 and 4. Now press enter. Press the backspace key, then end the if statement by putting end if. Press enter. Then put here next I for this for loop. Now to display a message box when the value in the search text box doesn't match with any record, then we have to write this code: if me.listbox1 dot list count equal to 1, then press enter, press the tab key, then we have to clear the list box. So write here me.listbox1 dot clear, press enter, then display the message box. So put here msg box space double quotation no record has been found, then put double quotation, put a comma, then choose here bb information message box type, then press enter, press the backspace key, then put here end if. The coding part is complete. Let's test this code by hitting on that run button. The user form opens. Let me put here a search criteria, for example health. Now if I click on the show button, no record has been found because I have done spelling mistake here in the health. Let me correct this. Now click on the show button, and here you see the records that matches with the health category are displayed. If I change this to household, click on show button, here you see the record matching with the household are given. To show all the records, simply clear the value in the search box, then click on the show button. So this is how we can display the matching records in the text box by using the search bar. In this chapter, I am going to show you how to export the searched data of list box to a new Excel workbook. For this, let me go to the Developer tab, Visual Basic, open the user form, then run it. Here I have a search bar and a export button. This export button is for exporting the searched data to the new Excel workbook. For example, let me put here a search criteria, that is household. Then click on the show button. Here you see The household category expenses is displayed. Now if you click on the export button, the data is exported to a new Excel workbook. So here I am going to show you how we can do this in user form. Let's get started. First of all, here in the user form, add a button for exporting the data. For that, go to the toolbox, click on this command button, then draw the command button over here. Click on the command button, then put here the name, that is export data. Right click on the button, click on properties, then put the name of the button as btn_export. Now close the user form. To write the code for this export data button, double click on this export data. This will create the procedure for export button click. Now we have to write the code here. First of all, define the variables, that is dim wb as workbook, dim sh as worksheet, dim I as integer, dim j as integer. Now set up the value for the wb variable, that is set wb equals to workbooks dot add. Define the value for the sh variable, that is set sh equal to wb dot sheets bracket open 1 bracket close, press enter. sh dot name equal to double quotation exported data. This is the name of the sheet for the exported data. Now use the for loop, that is for I equal to 0 to me dot list box 1 dot list count -1, or j equal to 0 to me dot list box 1 dot column count -1. sh dot cells bracket open, in the row index put I plus 1 comma, in the column index put j plus 1 bracket close, dot value equal to me dot list box 1 dot list bracket open I comma j bracket close, then press enter. Below this put here next j, then next I, press enter. Now autofill the column of the sheet by putting here sh dot columns dot autofit, press enter. Now clear the workbook and worksheet objects by putting here set wb equal to nothing and set sh equal to nothing. Now the code is complete. Let's test this by clicking on the run button, and here let me search for some value, for example health, then click on the show button. Here you see the records related with this search criteria is displayed. Now to export this data, you can click on the export data option, and here you see the data is exported to a new Excel workbook. Now if you want to save this workbook, first of all you have to close the user form, close this, then open this new workbook, click on the file tab, then you can save this file by going to the save as option. If you want to save this workbook without closing the user form, then you have to change the user form property. For that, let me close this, don't save, then go to the Visual Basic and right click on the user form, click on properties, go to this categorized option, and here you have an option that is show model. Here you have to make it false, change this property to false, then close the user form, run the user form. Let me search here for education, click on the show button. Now if you click on the export data, the data is exported to new Excel workbook. Now if you want to save this, you can simply click on the file tab, then go to save as. Close the workbook. Here I am clicking on don't save. So this is how we can export the searched result of list box by using the VBA code. In this chapter, I am going to show you how to create a button in Excel sheet to launch the user form. For example, here in this sheet 1, I have this button to open the user form. When I click on this, the user form opens. So in this video, I am going to show you how to link the user form in this button so that when we click on the button, the user form launches. Let's get started. First of all, let me add here a new sheet. Then click on the Insert tab, Illustrations, Shapes. Then take this rectangle rounded corner shape. Draw the shape over here. Double click on the shape. Then write here Launch Income/expenses Tracker Form. Click on the shape, then increase the font size by going here in the increase font option. Keep it at the center position by clicking on this center alignment. Now we have to create a sub procedure for launching the user form. For that, go to the Developer tab, Visual Basic, click on Insert Module, and here create a sub procedure, that is sub launch_user form, open and close bracket, press enter, and here you have to write this code, that is put the name of the user form, which is userform1.show. After writing this code, you can close this VBA window. Now right click in the button, click on assign macro, then select this launch user form macro, then click on OK. Now click outside the shape. Now move the pointer over the button, then click on it to open the user form. Here you see the user form opens. So in this way we can create a button in the sheet to launch the user form. In this chapter, I am going to show you how to add clickable URL in VBA user form. First of all, let me show you what is clickable URL and how it works. For that, let me go to the sheet number 2. Here I have button to launch the user form. Click on it. At the bottom of the user form, you can see visit our website and visit our YouTube is given. If I click on this label, then the website will be opened. Here you see the website is opened. And when I click on visit our YouTube, then the YouTube channel will be opened. So this is called clickable URL in user form. Let's start learning how we can add clickable URL in the VBA user form. Click on Developer tab, then go to Visual Basic. Open the user form. First of all, you have to add here a label for the clickable URL. For that, click on this label option. Then draw the label here. Click on it and add the label name. For example, visit our website. Let me go to the properties of this, then change this background color to this color. Close this. Copy this and paste it here for next label. Place it over here. Then let me write here visit our YouTube. Now to launch the website, when the user clicks on this label, we have to do here the coding. For that, double click on this label. This will open the label click sub procedure. Now you have to define the variable, that is dim URL as string. Press enter. Then set up the value for this URL variable. So put here URL equal to, type the double quotation. Now copy and paste the website URL here. So let me go to the browser, go to my website, then copy this web address, then paste it here in the code. At the end of the URL, type double quotation. then press enter. In the next line, write this code: this workbook dot follow hyperlink. Double click on this to choose, put a space. Now for the address, put this URL variable. So type here address semicolon equal to, then type URL, then put a comma, then type here new window semicolon equal to true, then press enter. Now when the user clicks on this label, then the website will be opened. Following the same method, write code for the second label. Now when you click on the labels, the website and YouTube channel will be opened. Let me close this VBA window. Also close this browser and run the user form by going to sheet number 2. Click on this launch income expenses tracker. Here you see visit our website and visit our YouTube is given. Click on visit our website label. Here the compile error is given because I have done mistake here in the spelling of the address. So let me correct this. It should be ADD. Now reset the code by clicking on this reset button. Close this VBA window. Launch the user form again. Then click on this visit our website. Here you see the website is opened. Similarly, when you click on this visit our YouTube, and here you see the YouTube channel is opened. So that was all about Microsoft Excel Visual Basic for Application Programming Basic to Advanced. To download the practice workbook files and the learning materials related with this video, visit the video description section. Thank you so much for watching. See you in next tutorial.